Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1: The First Coils of Power. In the sweltering jungles of the ancient world, where humidity hung like a shroud and vines twisted in endless spirals toward the canopy above, there once thrived a civilization that would become legend for all the wrong reasons. The air itself seemed to whisper of secrets yet to be born, of transformations that would echo through millennia, and of choices that would damn an entire people to a fate worse than death itself. Long before the great kingdoms of men had raised their first stone upon stone, before the elves had sung their earliest songs of starlight, there existed a human settlement nestled deep within the emerald heart of what would one day be called Chult. These were not the primitive hunter-gatherers that many would assume of such an ancient time, but rather a sophisticated culture that had mastered the arts of architecture, astronomy, and most fatefully, the delicate dance between mortal ambition and divine power. The city of Seskanath rose like a jewel from the jungle floor, its stepped pyramids reaching toward the heavens with an audacity that would have impressed even the gods. Built from massive blocks of green-veined stone that seemed to pulse with an inner light, the structures defied both time and reason. Streets paved with obsidian wound between towering edifices, their surfaces polished to mirror-like perfection that reflected not just the physical world, but something deeper, something that dwelt in the spaces between reality and dream. The people who walked these gleaming streets were tall and graceful, their dark skin bearing intricate tattoos that told stories of lineage, achievement, and spiritual devotion. They dressed in flowing robes of silk dyed in brilliant colors, deep crimsons, royal purples and golds that seemed to capture and hold the very essence of sunlight. Their eyes, dark and intelligent, held a hunger that went beyond mere mortal desire. It was the hunger of those who had tasted power and found it intoxicating yet insufficient. At the heart of Seskanath stood the great temple of the Scaled Wisdom, a structure so magnificent that travelers from distant lands would journey for months simply to witness its splendor. The temple's walls were covered in relief carvings that depicted serpents of impossible size and beauty, their coils forming patterns that seemed to shift and change when observed from different angles. These were not mere decorations, but sacred texts written in a language that predated human speech, telling stories of beings that had existed since the world's dawn. The high priest of this temple was a man named Sust-Hulan, whose very name would become synonymous with transformation and tragedy in the ages to come. Tall, even among his already impressive people, Sust-Hulan possessed an aura of command that made even kings bow before him. His voice, when raised in prayer or pronouncement, could carry across the entire city, and it was said that when he spoke, even the jungle itself fell silent to listen. Sust-Hulan had devoted his entire life to the study of what his people called the Scaled Wisdom, a collection of ancient knowledge that spoke of beings that had ruled the world before the coming of the younger races. These entities, known as the Saruk, were described as perfect beings who had transcended the limitations of flesh through communion with primal serpent spirits. They were creators and destroyers, shapers of reality itself, beings who had achieved a state of existence that mortals could barely comprehend. The Scaled Wisdom taught that all reptilian creatures were echoes of these ancient masters, lesser reflections of a perfect form that had once walked between the planes of existence. Serpents, in particular, were held as sacred, for they alone among the creatures of the world had retained the pure essence of the Saruk. To the people of Siskanoth, serpents represented not just wisdom and power, but the very possibility of transcendence itself. For generations, the priests of the scaled wisdom had performed rituals designed to bring them closer to this serpentine perfection. They would fast for weeks, consuming only water blessed by being poured over living serpents. They would meditate in chambers filled with dozens of snakes, allowing the creatures to coil around their bodies while they sought visions of the ancient masters. Some claimed to have achieved brief moments of communion with the Saruk themselves, receiving glimpses of knowledge that drove lesser minds to madness. But Seht was not content with mere glimpses. He had discovered references in the most ancient texts to a ritual of transformation, a process by which mortals might shed their inferior flesh and take on the perfect form of the serpent masters. The ritual was described in terms that were both tantalizing and terrifying, speaking of sacrifices that would make the gods themselves take notice, of power that would reshape the very nature of existence. The first sign that something was changing came with the dreams. Throughout Siskanoth, people began reporting vivid nighttime visions of vast serpents that spoke in voices like honey and venom combined. These dreams were not random or chaotic, but organized, purposeful, as if some intelligence was reaching across the barriers between sleep and waking to plant seeds of desire in mortal minds. Children would wake speaking words in languages they had never learned, their eyes reflecting light like those of reptiles. Adults found themselves drawn to the temple at all hours, compelled by urges they could not name or resist. The city's population of serpents, kept as sacred creatures in every household, began to behave strangely, gathering in great congregations and performing what could only be described as rituals of their own. Seht recognized these signs for what they were. The Saruk were stirring, responding to the devotion and hunger of their mortal worshippers. The time had come to attempt the great transformation, to prove that humanity was worthy of ascending to a higher form of existence. He gathered the most devoted of his followers, 12 individuals who had shown the greatest dedication to the scaled wisdom and the strongest connection to the serpent spirits. The ritual chamber lay deep beneath the great temple, carved from living rock and decorated with precious metals that had been shaped into the forms of intertwining serpents. At the center of the chamber stood an altar of black stone, its surface polished smooth by countless ceremonies. Around the altar, channels had been carved into the floor, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with their own malevolent life. As Seht and his chosen followers descended into this sacred space, they carried with them the most precious possessions of their people. Ancient texts written on scales of creatures that no longer existed, vials of venom collected from serpents that had been worshipped for centuries, and artifacts of gold and jade that were said to contain fragments of Saruk essence. The ritual began at sunset, when the boundary between day and night was thinnest, and continued through the darkest hours toward dawn. Sethulon's voice rose and fell in ancient chants, his words seeming to take on physical form as they echoed through the chamber. The followers arranged themselves in a circle around the altar, their bodies painted with symbols that had been copied from the temple's most sacred carvings. One by one, they began the process of sacrifice, not of their lives, but of their humanity itself. Each participant offered up some essential part of what made them human, their ability to feel compassion for the weak, their capacity for selfless love, their connection to mercy and forgiveness. These abstract concepts somehow took on tangible form within the ritual space, rising like smoke from their bodies to be consumed by the hungry darkness that filled the chamber. As the night wore on, the transformations began. Seht was the first to change, his tall frame beginning to elongate and shift as his bones reshaped themselves into something that was neither fully human nor fully serpent. His followers watched in fascination and terror as their leader's skin began to take on a scaly texture, his limbs stretching and contorting into new configurations. The pain must have been unimaginable, yet Seht showed no sign of distress. Instead, His face bore an expression of transcendent joy, as if he was finally becoming what he had always been meant to be. His eyes, once dark and human, began to glow with an inner light that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality itself. One by one, the other participants underwent their own transformations, each change unique and terrible. Some retained mostly human forms, but gained serpentine features, forked tongues, scaled patches of skin, eyes that could see heat as well as light. Others became something entirely new, their bodies reshaping into forms that defied description, creatures that were part human, part serpent, and part something else entirely. When dawn finally broke over Seht, the great temple stood silent and still. The rest of the city's population approached with fear and wonder, drawn by sounds that had echoed through the night, sounds of pain and transformation, of reality itself being torn apart and rewoven. What they found in the depths of the temple would haunt their people for generations to come. Suthalan and his followers had achieved their goal of transformation, but the price was higher than any of them had imagined. They had become something new, something that was neither human nor serpent, but a fusion of both that retained the worst aspects of each. The compassion and mercy they had sacrificed were gone forever, replaced by a cold intelligence that viewed all other forms of life as inferior and expendable. The newly transformed beings spoke of their success with voices that carried the hypnotic quality of serpent speech, but their words fell on ears that increasingly understood the magnitude of what had been lost. The people of Seht found themselves ruled by creatures that looked upon them not as fellow beings, but as resources to be exploited, experiments to be conducted, slaves to be bred for specific purposes. Within a generation, the entire civilization had been transformed. Some citizens underwent the ritual themselves, seeking to join the ranks of their new masters. Others were changed against their will, their bodies and minds altered to serve the purposes of those who now called themselves the Yuanti, the Serpent people. Still others were kept in their original human forms, but only as breeding stock for future generations of servants. The great city of Seht became something else entirely, its beautiful architecture twisted into forms that reflected the new nature of its inhabitants. The stepped pyramids were hollowed out to create breeding chambers where humans were kept like livestock. The obsidian streets were carved with channels to carry away the blood of countless sacrifices. The Temple of Scaled Wisdom became a laboratory where the most horrific experiments in flesh-shaping were conducted. Yet even as they achieved the power they had sought, the Yuanti discovered that their transformation had brought with it an insatiable hunger for more. The Saruk essence they had absorbed whispered constantly of greater heights to be reached, more perfect forms to be achieved. They began to view their own transformation as merely the first step in a journey that would ultimately lead them to godhood itself. The jungle around their city withered and died, poisoned by the emanations of their dark rituals. Animals fled the region, and even the plants seemed to recoil from the touch of the serpent people. What had once been a paradise became a place of shadow and fear, where the very air carried the taint of corruption. In the end, the people of Seht had achieved exactly what they had sought. They had transcended their human limitations and become something greater. But in doing so, they had lost everything that had made their greatness meaningful. They had gained power at the cost of their souls, achieved perfection by destroying everything that had once made them worth saving. The ripples of their transformation spread outward like poison in still water, touching other civilizations and inspiring similar attempts at serpentine ascension. The Yuanti had become the first of their kind, but they would not be the last. Their example would echo through history, a cautionary tale of what happens when the pursuit of power becomes more important than the preservation of humanity itself. As we reflect upon this ancient tragedy, we are reminded that the greatest transformations are not always the most desirable ones. The people of Seht sought to become gods, but in doing so they became something far worse, creatures that possessed divine power but had lost all divine purpose. Their legacy serves as an eternal warning that some prices are too high to pay, and that the pursuit of perfection can lead to the most imperfect of endings. Chapter 2. The Great Transformation. There exists in the nature of all living things a fundamental truth that the Yuanti understood better than any other race. Flesh is merely the temporary housing of something far more essential, and with enough will and sacrifice, even the most basic mortal form can be reshaped into something approaching divinity. Yet in their pursuit of this truth, they discovered that transformation is not simply a matter of changing what one is, but of choosing what one is willing to become, and more importantly, what one is willing to cease being forever. In the years following Sesthulan's first transformation, the city of Seskanoth became a laboratory of living flesh, where the boundaries between science and sorcery, between devotion and obsession, blurred beyond recognition. The original 13 who had undergone the initial ritual found themselves changed in ways that went far deeper than mere physical alteration. Their minds had been touched by something vast and alien, an intelligence that viewed existence through eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of stars. The Serpent consciousness that now dwelt within their transformed bodies brought with it knowledge that no mortal mind was meant to contain. They understood the fundamental principles that governed the shaping of flesh, the secret harmonies that controlled the flow of life force through living tissue, and most crucially, the precise combinations of sacrifice and ritual that could remake any creature into a form more pleasing to serpentine sensibilities. Sesthulan, now bearing a form that shifted between human and serpent depending on his mood and intentions, became the architect of what would be known as the Great Transformation. His original human height had increased dramatically, stretching his frame to nearly 8 feet of sinuous grace. His skin had taken on a scaled texture that shimmered with iridescent patterns, and his eyes had become vertical slits that seemed to look through rather than at whatever captured his attention. But it was his mind that had undergone the most profound change. Where once dwelt the thoughts and emotions of a human priest driven by faith and ambition, there now resided something that combined mortal cunning with alien wisdom. Sesthulan could perceive the life force that flowed through every living creature, could sense the hidden connections that bound all flesh to the primal patterns established by the Saruk in the world's youth. With this newfound understanding came a terrible clarity about the nature of transformation itself. The ritual that had changed him and his followers was not a single ceremony, but rather the first movement in a symphony of metamorphosis that would need to be repeated and refined countless times. Each iteration would create new forms, new possibilities, new steps on the ladder that led from base humanity to serpentine perfection. The remaining population of Seskanoth found themselves divided into 3 categories, though they did not yet understand the significance of this classification. The first group consisted of those who showed the greatest potential for transformation, individuals whose life force resonated with the serpentine frequencies that Seskanoth and his followers had learned to perceive. These chosen ones would undergo the most complete metamorphosis, becoming what would eventually be known as the Yuanti abominations. The second group included those who possessed some affinity for transformation, but lacked the spiritual strength to survive the full ritual. These individuals would be partially changed, retaining much of their human appearance, while gaining serpentine abilities and instincts. They would become the Yuanti Malisons, serving as the bridge between the fully transformed and those who remained entirely human. The third and largest group consisted of those who would undergo only the most subtle alterations, changes so minor that they might pass for human in most circumstances, yet profound enough to forever separate them from their former species. These would be the Yuanti purebloods, tasked with infiltrating and manipulating the wider world while serving the will of their more obviously serpentine masters. The transformation rituals that created these 3 castes were exercises in calculated cruelty that pushed the boundaries of what mortal flesh could endure. Each ceremony took place in the depths beneath the great temple, in chambers that had been carved with surgical precision to channel and focus the energies needed for flesh shaping. The walls of these chambers were lined with living serpents that had been bred specifically for their venom, creatures whose bite carried not death but transformation. For those destined to become abominations, the ritual began with a period of purification that lasted 40 days and 40 nights. The candidates were kept in isolation, fed nothing but a mixture of fermented fruits and serpent blood that gradually poisoned their human essence while preparing their bodies for more dramatic changes. During this time, they were subjected to constant exposure to the transformed Yuanti, allowing the alien consciousness within their captors to slowly seep into their own minds. When the purification period ended, the true transformation began. The candidates were brought to the deepest chamber, where they were submerged in pools of a viscous fluid that had been distilled from the venom of 1,000 serpents. This substance, known as the tears of Seht, had the ability to dissolve the boundaries between different forms of life, allowing flesh to be reshaped like clay in a sculptor's hands. As the candidates floated in these pools, Seht and his fellow transformed priests began the chants that would guide their metamorphosis. The words were not in any human language, but rather in the sibilant tongue of the Saruk, syllables that seemed to vibrate through flesh and bone, with the power to rewrite the very essence of existence. Each phrase of the chant corresponded to a specific aspect of the transformation: the elongation of limbs, the growth of scales, the reshaping of internal organs to accommodate new forms of digestion and circulation. The physical changes that occurred during these rituals defied easy description. Bodies stretched and contracted, bones reshaped themselves into new configurations, and skin rippled as scales emerged from beneath its surface. Some candidates developed multiple arms, their human torsos sprouting additional limbs that ended in clawed hands capable of manipulating objects with serpentine precision. Others found their lower bodies transforming into massive serpent tails, their human legs fusing together and extending into coils of muscle and scale. But the most profound changes were those that occurred within the mind itself. As their bodies transformed, the candidates found their human thoughts and emotions gradually replaced by something far more alien. Love became a cold calculation of advantage, compassion transformed into a clinical assessment of weakness, and mercy evolved into a patient evaluation of when it might be useful to spare a life rather than take it. Those who survived the full transformation emerged as beings that retained only the faintest echoes of their former humanity. They possessed intelligence that far exceeded their previous limitations, along with magical abilities that allowed them to shape flesh almost as easily as Seht himself. But they had paid for these gifts with everything that had once made them recognizably human, becoming creatures that viewed their former species as raw material for future experiments. The creation of the Malison caste required a different approach, one that balanced transformation with preservation of certain human qualities that would prove useful for specific purposes. These individuals underwent a ritual that was shorter, but no less intense, spending only 7 days in pools of diluted tears of Seht, while being subjected to chants that encouraged partial rather than complete metamorphosis. The results were creatures that appeared largely human, but possessed obvious serpentine features that marked them as something other than their birth species. Some developed serpent heads atop human bodies, their faces elongating into reptilian muzzles filled with venomous fangs. Others retained human heads, but found their arms transformed into writhing serpents, each one possessed of its own primitive intelligence and deadly bite. The Malisons served as intermediaries between the fully transformed abominations and the lesser castes, possessing enough serpentine nature to understand the will of their masters, while retaining sufficient humanity to interact with unconverted populations. They became the enforcers and administrators of the new order, ensuring that the transformation process continued to spread throughout the civilization. The pureblood transformation was perhaps the most insidious of all, precisely because it appeared to change so little while actually altering everything that mattered. These individuals underwent a ritual that lasted only a single night, during which they were exposed to serpent venom that had been diluted to the point where it would not kill but would fundamentally alter their essential nature. Purebloods retained their human appearance almost entirely, with only subtle changes that might be noticed by the most observant watchers. Their eyes might develop a slight reptilian cast, their skin might feel cooler to the touch than normal human flesh, and their voices might carry a barely perceptible sibilant quality that made their words unusually persuasive. But beneath these minor physical alterations lay changes that were far more significant. Purebloods lost their capacity for genuine empathy, though they retained the ability to simulate it when necessary. They developed an instinctive understanding of how to manipulate others, along with a patience that allowed them to pursue goals across decades or even centuries. Most importantly, they gained the ability to sense and communicate with other Yuanti, creating a hidden network that could span vast distances while remaining undetected by those they sought to control. As the great transformation spread throughout Seht, the city itself began to change in response to the new nature of its inhabitants. Buildings were modified to accommodate the physical needs of the abominations, with wider doorways and ramps that could accommodate serpentine forms. Gardens were replanted with venomous flora that served both aesthetic and practical purposes, creating environments where the transformed Yuanti could feel at home while providing ready sources of the toxins they required for their rituals. The human population that had not yet undergone transformation found themselves living in an increasingly alien environment, surrounded by beings that wore familiar faces but possessed minds that operated according to entirely different principles. Children who displayed the proper aptitude were taken for transformation, while adults were evaluated for their potential usefulness in various capacities. Those deemed suitable for breeding were kept in relative comfort, but under constant surveillance, their lives carefully managed to ensure the production of offspring with the qualities desired by their Yuanti masters. Others were selected for experimentation, subjected to partial transformation rituals that might leave them alive, but forever changed in ways that served the research interests of the abominations. The most fortunate of the unconverted humans were those who proved themselves useful as servants and craftsmen, individuals whose skills were valued enough to earn them a measure of protection from the worst excesses of their new rulers. These humans lived in a state of perpetual uncertainty, never knowing when they might be selected for transformation or disposal, but clinging to the hope that their continued usefulness might preserve their lives and their humanity. Throughout this period of transformation, Sibilant continued to refine and improve the rituals that created each caste. He discovered methods for accelerating the process, techniques for ensuring higher survival rates, and most importantly, ways to control the exact nature of the changes that occurred. Each successful transformation added to his understanding of the principles that governed flesh shaping, bringing him closer to his ultimate goal of achieving perfect serpentine form. But with each ritual, with each successful transformation, the city of Seht moved further away from anything that could be recognized as human civilization. The Great Transformation was not simply a change in the physical nature of the population, it was a fundamental alteration in the values, goals, and methods that defined an entire culture. Where once the people of Seht had valued art, beauty, and the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, the Yuanti prized only power, efficiency, and the advancement of their serpentine agenda. Where humans had created works of lasting beauty, the Yuanti constructed facilities designed for flesh shaping and breeding. Where human culture had celebrated diversity and individual achievement, Yuanti society became rigidly hierarchical, with every individual's worth determined solely by their position within the caste system. The transformation was complete, not when the last human had been changed, but when the last trace of human culture had been erased from the city. The art was destroyed or altered beyond recognition, the literature was replaced with technical manuals for flesh shaping, and the music gave way to the hypnotic chants used in transformation rituals. In the end, the Great Transformation achieved exactly what Seht had envisioned, the creation of a society that embodied serpentine perfection in all its forms. But, like so many who achieve their ultimate goals, he discovered that success brought with it a hollowness that he had not anticipated. The civilization he had created was indeed superior to human society in terms of power and efficiency, but it lacked entirely the spark of creativity and passion that had made the original Seht worth preserving. The Yuanti had gained everything they had sought, and lost everything that had made their original desires meaningful. They had become the perfect servants of the Saruk consciousness that guided them. But in doing so, they had ceased to be anything more than tools for an alien intelligence that cared nothing for their individual hopes or dreams. Thus was born the first Yuanti society, a civilization that would serve as the template for all future Serpent empires. It was a testament to the power of focused will and calculated sacrifice, but also a warning about the true cost of abandoning one's essential nature in pursuit of an ideal that might prove to be nothing more than a beautiful lie wrapped in scales and venom. Chapter 3. Seht the Sibilant Death. In the vast tapestry of divine power that governs the multiverse, there exist gods who inspire love, deities who command respect, and entities who demand fear. But among all the powers that have ever claimed dominion over mortal souls, few have mastered the art of patient corruption as completely as Seht, the Sibilant Death, whose whispered promises have turned entire civilizations into instruments of serpentine will. To understand the Yuanti is to understand their god, for in the coils of Seht's influence lies the blueprint for everything they have become and everything they aspire to be. Long before the first human ever dreamed of serpentine transformation, before the Saruk walked between the planes as living gods, there existed a consciousness that embodied the primal essence of what mortals would come to know as the Serpent. This entity was not born as gods are typically born, through the belief and worship of mortals, but rather emerged from the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. Seht represented the principle of patient cunning, the power that lies coiled in waiting, the intelligence that strikes only when victory is assured. In the earliest cosmological texts recovered from Yuanti temple libraries, Seht is described not as a being with a fixed form, but as a presence that permeates all things serpentine. The deity is simultaneously the venom that courses through a viper's fangs, the hypnotic pattern of scales that mesmerizes prey, and the cold intelligence that calculates the perfect moment to strike. Seht is patience incarnate, wisdom distilled into its most predatory essence, and power refined to its most efficient expression. The temples dedicated to Seht throughout the Yuanti Empire were marvels of architectural precision that reflected their deity's dual nature as both supreme intelligence and apex predator. Built from stones that had been polished until they resembled scales, these structures rose from jungle floors and underground caverns like colossal serpents frozen in the moment before striking. The largest of these temples, constructed in the heart of what had once been Seht, stretched for nearly a mile in length, its corridors winding through chambers designed to disorient and intimidate any who entered without proper reverence. The main sanctum of each temple contained what the Yuanti called the Coil of Contemplation, a vast circular chamber whose walls were covered in living serpents that had been bred specifically for their connection to Seth's divine essence. These creatures, numbering in the thousands, created patterns of movement that served as a form of living scripture, their intertwining bodies spelling out messages that only the most devoted priests could interpret. The floor of each sanctum was dominated by a pool of perfectly still water, whose surface reflected not the ceiling above, but visions of Seth's will made manifest. At the center of this pool rose a statue that captured Seht in the deity's most favored manifestation, a serpent of impossible size whose coils seemed to extend beyond the physical boundaries of the chamber itself. The statue was carved from a single piece of black jade that had been infused with the preserved venom of 10,000 serpents, giving it a subtle luminescence that made it appear to breathe in the temple's eternal twilight. The serpent's eyes were enormous emeralds that had been cut with such precision that they seemed to follow observers as they moved through the chamber, creating the unsettling impression that the deity was personally evaluating each visitor's worthiness. The theological framework that surrounded Seth's worship was as complex and multi-layered as the deity's own nature. According to Yuanti doctrine, Seht represented the perfection toward which all life should aspire, the ultimate synthesis of intelligence and instinct that had been achieved through eons of careful evolution. The deity's serpentine form was not merely a physical configuration, but a philosophical statement about the superiority of patience over haste, cunning over strength, and long-term planning over immediate gratification. Central to Seth's teaching was the concept of the Great Spiral, a cosmological model that described reality as an infinite coil ascending through ever higher levels of consciousness and power. At the bottom of this spiral crawled the lowest forms of life, insects, small mammals, and other creatures driven entirely by base instinct. Slightly higher moved the humanoid races, capable of thought and planning, but limited by their emotional attachments and moral constraints. The Yuanti occupied a position well above these lesser beings, having shed their emotional limitations and embraced the serpentine nature that Seth embodied. But even they were not at the spiral's apex, for above them coiled the Saruk, the ancient masters who had achieved near-perfect synthesis with serpentine principles. And above even the Saruk was Seth himself, the ultimate expression of what all serpentine beings might become given sufficient time and dedication. This hierarchy was not merely theoretical, but formed the basis for all Yuanti social organization and religious practice. Each caste within Yuanti society corresponded to a different level on the Great Spiral, with the abominations closest to Seth's perfection, and the purebloods representing the minimum level of serpentine achievement. The goal of every Yuanti was to ascend the spiral through acts of devotion, cunning, and the systematic elimination of any remaining traces of their former humanity. The worship of Seth involved rituals that were both beautiful and terrifying, ceremonies that combined sublime artistry with calculated cruelty in ways that reflected the deity's own complex nature. The most important of these was the rite of ascending coils, performed during the new moon, when the boundary between the material plane and Seth's domain was thinnest. During this ritual, worshippers would arrange themselves in a spiral pattern that mirrored the cosmic structure they sought to ascend, with the most powerful abominations at the center and lesser castes arranged in concentric rings moving outward. As the ceremony began, the participants would begin a chant that started as barely audible whispers, but gradually increased in volume and complexity, until the entire temple resonated with harmonies that seemed to come from the stones themselves. The words of this chant were in the ancient Saruk tongue, syllables that carried meaning so precise that they could alter the very nature of reality when spoken with sufficient skill and focus. Throughout the chanting, live serpents would be released into the ceremonial space, creatures that had been trained to respond to the rhythms of the ritual by forming specific patterns and configurations. These serpents served as both participants in the ceremony and oracles through which Seth's will could be interpreted. The way they moved, the patterns they formed, and the positions they chose to occupy all carried messages that the priests would decode and disseminate to the faithful. The climax of the ritual involved the selection of offerings to be presented to Seth, a process that required both political cunning and spiritual insight. The offerings were typically captives from other races, individuals who had been chosen not merely for their physical qualities, but for the symbolic value their sacrifice would carry. A captured paladin might be offered to demonstrate the futility of righteousness, while a powerful wizard could serve as proof that intelligence without serpentine wisdom was ultimately worthless. These sacrifices were not performed in fits of bloodthirsty enthusiasm, but rather with the same cold precision that characterized all Yuanti activities. Each cut was calculated to maximize both the physical and spiritual impact of the offering, while prayers were recited that explained to Seth exactly why this particular sacrifice would advance the cause of serpentine supremacy. The victims' final moments were carefully orchestrated to extract maximum value from their death, whether through information they might reveal under torture, or through the terror their fate would inspire in other potential enemies. But Seth's influence extended far beyond formal religious ceremonies. The deity's presence permeated every aspect of Yuanti culture, from their approach to architecture and art to their methods of governance and warfare. Yuanti cities were designed according to principles that reflected Seth's teachings about the superiority of indirect approaches and hidden strengths. Rather than building obvious fortifications, they created urban environments that seemed welcoming to visitors while concealing countless traps and surveillance points. Their art focused obsessively on serpentine themes, but not in the crude manner that other races might employ. Yuanti artistic works were exercises in subliminal persuasion, pieces that appeared beautiful or impressive at first glance, but carried hidden messages that would gradually influence the thoughts and emotions of anyone who viewed them for extended periods. A tapestry might seem to depict abstract patterns, but prolonged observation would reveal serpentine forms that planted suggestions of Yuanti superiority in the viewer's subconscious mind. The governmental structures of Yuanti society were similarly infused with Seth's influence. Rather than relying on obvious displays of authority, Yuanti leaders ruled through networks of obligation and dependence that were as invisible as they were unbreakable. Citizens were not commanded to obey, but were gradually shaped through a combination of rewards and subtle threats until obedience became their natural inclination. This approach to governance reflected one of Seth's core teachings, that true power lies not in the ability to force compliance, but in the capacity to make others want to comply. A ruler who must constantly threaten his subjects reveals his own weakness, while one who can inspire genuine devotion demonstrates strength that runs far deeper than mere physical force. Seth's military philosophy emphasized similar principles of indirect action and patient planning. Yuanti armies were not designed for glorious charges or dramatic confrontations, but for campaigns that might span decades or even centuries. They preferred to weaken enemies through espionage, sabotage, and psychological warfare before ever meeting them in open battle. When violence did become necessary, it was applied with surgical precision, targeting specific individuals whose removal would cause maximum disruption to enemy organizations. The deity's approach to knowledge and learning was perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Yuanti culture. Seht taught that information was the ultimate weapon, and that those who controlled the flow of knowledge could ultimately control the flow of history itself. Yuanti scholars were trained not merely to gather facts, but to understand how those facts could be used to influence events across vast spans of time. This led to the development of what the Yuanti called the Archive of Ascending Wisdom, a collection of knowledge that went far beyond simple historical records or magical formulae. The archive contained detailed psychological profiles of important individuals from dozens of different races, along with analyses of how these personalities could be manipulated to serve Yuanti interests. It included economic data that revealed the hidden weaknesses of various kingdoms and empires, as well as political intelligence that could be used to foment conflicts between potential enemies. But perhaps most importantly, the archive contained Seth's own teachings about the nature of power and the methods by which intelligent beings could ascend the great spiral toward divine consciousness. These teachings were not written in conventional text, but were encoded in patterns of serpent scales, configurations of temple stones, and even the genetic structures of specially bred creatures. Accessing this knowledge required not just intelligence, but the kind of serpentine thinking that could perceive connections and meanings that would remain invisible to lesser minds. The relationship between Seht and the Yuanti was not the simple dynamic of worshipper and deity that characterized most religious systems. Instead, it was a complex partnership in which the god provided guidance and power, while the Yuanti served as instruments for implementing divine will in the material realm. Seht did not demand blind obedience, but rather expected intelligent interpretation of divine principles, understanding that the most effective servants were those who could think creatively about how to achieve their master's goals. This relationship was most clearly demonstrated in the practice of divine communion, a ritual that allowed the most advanced Yuanti priests to actually merge their consciousness temporarily with Seth's own awareness. During these communions, the participants gained access to knowledge and perspective that no mortal mind was designed to contain, experiencing reality from the viewpoint of a being whose thoughts operated on cosmic scales. The effects of these communions were both enlightening and devastating. Priests who underwent the experience returned with insights that could revolutionize Yuanti society, but they also bore psychological scars that marked them as fundamentally different from their fellow serpent folk. Their eyes gained a distant quality that suggested they were perpetually observing events from multiple temporal perspectives simultaneously, and their speech patterns became even more sibilant and hypnotic than those of ordinary Yuanti. Most significantly, these communed priests developed an enhanced ability to perceive and manipulate the threads of causality that connected all events across time and space. They could sense how seemingly insignificant actions in the present might have enormous consequences decades or centuries in the future, and they became capable of orchestrating chains of events so complex that their ultimate outcomes might not become apparent for generations. Through these communion experiences, Seht gradually revealed to the Yuanti the true scope of the deity's ambitions. The god's ultimate goal was not merely the supremacy of serpentine races over other forms of life, but the fundamental transformation of reality itself into a configuration that embodied serpentine principles. This would require the patient conversion or elimination of all non-serpentine consciousness, a process that might take millennia, but would ultimately result in a universe where every thought, every action, and every moment of existence would reflect the perfect wisdom of Seht's divine nature. To achieve this cosmic transformation, Seht provided the Yuanti with knowledge of advanced flesh-shaping techniques that went far beyond the relatively crude methods used in their initial transformations. These new processes could alter not just physical form, but the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, creating beings that retained the memories and skills of their original forms, while possessing minds that operated according to entirely serpentine principles. The implications of this knowledge were staggering. With sufficient time and resources, the Yuanti could potentially convert any intelligent being into a servant of Seht, creating an empire that spanned not just continents but entire planes of existence. The diversity of forms that such an empire might encompass was virtually limitless, for Seht's consciousness was flexible enough to inhabit and direct any type of physical configuration that could sustain intelligent thought. Yet even as Seht revealed these cosmic ambitions to the Yuanti, the deity also made clear that their achievement would require virtues that embodied the very essence of serpentine nature: patience, cunning, and the ability to think in terms of geological timescales. The transformation of reality could not be rushed or forced, but must unfold gradually, each step carefully planned and executed, to ensure that no opportunity was wasted and no mistake could derail the ultimate plan. This divine guidance shaped every aspect of Yuanti culture, creating a civilization that was simultaneously ancient and forward-looking, traditional and adaptable. They preserved the wisdom of the past, while constantly innovating new methods for achieving their goals, maintained strict hierarchies while rewarding individual excellence, and appeared to change slowly, while actually evolving at a pace that kept them consistently ahead of their enemies' understanding. In the end, Seht represented more than just a deity to be worshipped. The god embodied a complete philosophy of existence that offered both explanation and purpose to those wise enough to embrace serpentine truth. Through devotion to Seht, the Yuanti had found not just power but meaning, not just transformation but transcendence, not just survival but the promise of eventual godhood for their entire race. Yet this promise came with a price that few other beings would be willing to pay: the complete abandonment of everything that mortals typically valued about consciousness and community. In accepting Seht's gift, the Yuanti had gained the universe but lost their souls, achieved perfect efficiency but sacrificed all spontaneity, mastered the art of patience but forgotten the joy of surprise. They had become the perfect servants of a perfect God, and in doing so had ceased to be anything more than extensions of a divine will that valued them only for their usefulness in achieving goals that transcended any individual happiness or fulfillment. But perhaps this too was simply another expression of serpentine wisdom, the understanding that personal satisfaction was a luxury that those destined for cosmic significance could not afford to indulge. Chapter 4. The Caste System of Scales. Power without structure is chaos, and structure without purpose is stagnation. But when the two are combined with the cold precision of serpentine intelligence, they create something far more dangerous than either could achieve alone. A social order so perfectly calibrated that it transforms individual ambition into collective dominance. The Yuanti understood this truth with a clarity that bordered on prophetic vision, constructing a caste system that channeled every citizen's capabilities toward the advancement of their species, while ensuring that descent remained not just impossible, but literally unthinkable. The foundation of Yuanti society rested upon three pillars, each representing a different stage in the journey from base humanity towards serpentine perfection. These castes were not arbitrary divisions imposed by political convenience, but rather reflected fundamental differences in the degree of transformation that each group had undergone. The system recognized that not every individual possessed the spiritual strength to achieve complete metamorphosis, while simultaneously ensuring that even partial transformation served the greater good of serpentine supremacy. At the apex of this hierarchy stood the abominations, beings who had achieved the most complete fusion with serpentine essence and consequently bore forms that reflected their transcendence of human limitations. These creatures served as both the ruling class and the spiritual guides of Yuanti civilization, their every action informed by wisdom that bridged the gap between mortal understanding and divine consciousness. To look upon an abomination was to witness evolution in its most purposeful expression, flesh reshaped by will into configurations that prioritized function over familiarity. The physical forms of the abominations defied easy categorization, for each individual's transformation had been guided by their particular role within society and their personal spiritual development. Some retained recognizably humanoid torsos, but possessed multiple serpentine arms that could manipulate objects with a dexterity that no purely human limb could match. Others had undergone more dramatic changes, their lower bodies transformed into massive coils of muscle and scale that allowed them to move with surprising grace through both terrestrial and aquatic environments. Perhaps the most striking abominations were those whose transformations had focused on intellectual rather than physical enhancement. These beings might appear almost human at first glance, but closer examination would reveal details that marked them as something far beyond mortal limitations. Their skulls had been elongated and reshaped to accommodate brains that were nearly twice the size of human organs, while their eyes had been replaced with orbs of crystalline material that could perceive electromagnetic spectrums invisible to lesser beings. The mental capabilities of the abominations were their most defining characteristic, for their transformation had not merely altered their physical forms, but had fundamentally rewired their consciousness to operate according to serpentine principles. They thought in patterns that spanned decades or centuries, their minds capable of maintaining awareness of thousands of variables simultaneously, while calculating the optimal methods for achieving long-term objectives. Where humans might become confused or overwhelmed by complex situations, abominations experienced a kind of crystalline clarity that allowed them to perceive elegant solutions to seemingly impossible problems. This enhanced intelligence came with a corresponding decrease in emotional volatility. Abominations experienced feelings, but these emotions were filtered through analytical frameworks that prevented passion from clouding judgment. Love became a strategic calculation about genetic compatibility and social advantage. Anger transformed into cold determination to eliminate obstacles efficiently. Fear evolved into tactical caution that enhanced survival without paralyzing action. The daily existence of an abomination revolved around responsibilities that would have crushed lesser minds under their sheer complexity. Each individual typically managed multiple long-term projects simultaneously, genetic breeding programs designed to produce specific traits in future generations, infiltration operations that might take decades to bear fruit, and research initiatives that sought to unlock new methods of transformation or control. Their living spaces reflected this multifaceted approach to existence. An abomination's dwelling might contain libraries with texts written in dozens of languages, laboratory facilities for conducting flesh-shaping experiments, communication chambers for maintaining contact with agents scattered across multiple continents, and meditation pools where the inhabitant could commune directly with Seht's divine consciousness. Despite their elevated status, abominations were not immune to internal competition and political maneuvering. The lack of human emotional constraints did not eliminate ambition, but rather refined it into something more focused and potentially more dangerous. Rivalries between different abominations could span centuries, conducted through proxies and indirect methods that gradually accumulated advantages until one competitor achieved decisive superiority over another. These conflicts were governed by elaborate protocols that prevented them from damaging the overall stability of Yuanti society. Direct violence between abominations was forbidden except under specific ritual circumstances, forcing competitors to channel their antagonism into forms that actually benefited the species as a whole. A dispute over territorial control might be resolved through a contest to see which party could achieve more effective infiltration of a target human kingdom, with the winner gaining prestige while the species gained valuable intelligence assets. Beneath the abominations in the social hierarchy were the Malicens, beings who had achieved partial transformation that granted them serpentine abilities, while retaining enough human characteristics to interact effectively with unconverted populations. The Malicens served as the administrative class of Yuanti society, implementing the policies conceived by the abominations, while managing the day-to-day operations that kept their civilization functioning smoothly. The physical forms of Malicens varied considerably, reflecting the different purposes for which they had been transformed. Type A Malicens retained entirely human bodies, but possessed serpent heads that gave them enhanced sensory capabilities and venomous bites. These individuals specialized in interrogation and psychological manipulation, their reptilian features serving to intimidate subjects while their enhanced senses allowed them to detect lies and emotional states with supernatural precision. Type 2 Malicens presented the opposite configuration, maintaining human heads while their arms had been transformed into serpents. Each arm possessed its own primitive intelligence and could act independently of the main consciousness, allowing these beings to perform multiple tasks simultaneously or to conduct conversations with several different individuals at once. The serpent arms were also capable of extending far beyond the reach of normal human limbs, making Type 2 Malicens valuable for both combat and specialized labor tasks. Type 3 Malicens had undergone the most dramatic transformation of their caste, with their lower bodies replaced by serpentine tails, while retaining human torsos and heads. This configuration provided them with enhanced mobility and the ability to constrict enemies with lethal force, while their retained human features allowed them to serve as diplomatic intermediaries when necessary. The psychological profile of Malicens occupied a middle ground between human emotional responsiveness and serpentine calculating detachment. They retained enough capacity for emotional connection to understand and manipulate human feelings, while possessing sufficient serpentine coldness to make decisions based on logic rather than sentiment. This balance made them ideal for roles that required both empathy and ruthlessness, such as managing slave populations or conducting negotiations with potential allies. Malicens typically served in specialized roles that took advantage of their unique capabilities. Many worked as overseers in the breeding facilities where human captives were maintained for reproductive purposes, their combination of intelligence and intimidating appearance making them effective at maintaining order without requiring constant supervision from higher castes. Others served as field commanders for military operations, their enhanced physical capabilities and tactical thinking making them formidable opponents in both conventional and guerrilla warfare. The most skilled Malicens often worked as deep cover agents in human societies, using their retained human characteristics to blend in, while their serpentine nature provided them with abilities that normal humans could not match. A Type I Malicen might pose as a merchant or scholar, using their serpent head's enhanced senses to gather intelligence, while their venomous bite provided a means of eliminating threats without leaving obvious evidence of foul play. The relationship between Malicens and the higher castes was complex, characterized by both reverence and a subtle form of competitive tension. Malisons understood that their partial transformation made them inferior to the abominations in terms of spiritual development, but many harbored ambitions to achieve further advancement through exceptional service or particularly impressive achievements. This dynamic created a meritocratic element within the Yuanti hierarchy that encouraged excellence while maintaining stability. Malisons who demonstrated exceptional capability might be selected for additional transformation rituals that could elevate them closer to abomination status, while those who failed to meet expectations might find themselves relegated to menial tasks or even selected for experimental procedures that could enhance their usefulness in other ways. At the foundation of Yuanti society were the purebloods, beings who had undergone the most subtle transformation of all the castes, but whose role was arguably the most crucial for the long-term success of serpentine ambitions. Purebloods retained almost entirely human appearance, with only minor physical modifications that marked them as something other than their birth species. Their true value lay not in obvious serpentine characteristics, but in their unique combination of human familiarity and Yuanti loyalty. The physical changes that distinguished purebloods from normal humans were deliberately minimal but functionally significant. Their body temperature ran several degrees cooler than human normal, giving their skin a slightly reptilian texture that was noticeable only through direct contact. Their eyes possessed a subtle serpentine cast that became apparent only under specific lighting conditions or during moments of intense emotion. Most importantly, their vocal cords had been modified to produce subsonic frequencies that could influence human behavior on a subconscious level. These modifications were accompanied by psychological changes that were far more profound than their physical alterations might suggest. Purebloods lost the capacity for genuine emotional attachment to non-Yuanti beings, though they retained the ability to simulate such connections with remarkable accuracy. They developed an intuitive understanding of human psychology that allowed them to identify and exploit emotional vulnerabilities with surgical precision. The primary function of purebloods within Yuanti society was infiltration and long-term manipulation of human populations. They served as the species' primary intelligence gathering network, establishing themselves in human communities and gradually working their way into positions of influence and authority. A pureblood might spend decades building a reputation as a trustworthy merchant, skilled artisan, or wise counselor, all while slowly gathering information and creating networks of obligation that could be activated when needed. The most successful purebloods achieved positions of significant political or economic power within human societies, using their influence to subtly guide policy decisions in directions that favored Yuanti interests. They might encourage trade relationships that provided Yuanti with access to resources or information, promote religious or philosophical movements that weakened human social cohesion, or simply ensure that potential threats to Yuanti operations were neutralized before they could become problematic. The training process for purebloods was exhaustive and began at an early age, often immediately following their transformation. Young purebloods were educated not just in human customs and languages, but in the subtle arts of psychological manipulation and long-term strategic thinking. They learned to recognize and exploit the emotional patterns that governed human behavior, to identify individuals who might be useful as assets or dangerous as enemies, and to maintain their cover identities even under intense scrutiny. Perhaps most importantly, purebloods were trained in the art of patience, learning to think in terms of generational timescales rather than immediate gratification. A pureblood's mission might require them to spend their entire lifetime establishing a single crucial contact or gathering one piece of vital intelligence. They understood that their individual success was less important than their contribution to the species' long-term objectives, and they were prepared to sacrifice personal desires in service of the greater serpentine cause. The caste system's genius lay not just in its efficient allocation of resources and responsibilities, but in its creation of a social dynamic that channeled individual ambition toward collective goals. Each caste possessed clear paths for advancement and improvement, preventing stagnation while ensuring that personal success served the interests of Yuanti society as a whole. Purebloods who demonstrated exceptional skill might be selected for partial transformation that elevated them to Malison status, while outstanding Malisons could potentially achieve the complete metamorphosis that would make them abominations. However, these promotions were rare and required not just individual excellence, but also contributions that significantly advanced the species' objectives. The system also included mechanisms for dealing with failure or disloyalty, though these were implemented with the same cold precision that characterized all Yuanti operations. Individuals who proved incompetent might be subjected to experimental procedures that enhanced their usefulness in other roles, while those who showed signs of rebellion faced transformation rituals that eliminated their capacity for independent thought while preserving their skills and knowledge. This comprehensive approach to social organization created a civilization that was both incredibly stable and remarkably adaptable. The caste system provided clear structures and expectations that prevented chaos and conflict, while the possibility of advancement ensured that talented individuals remained motivated to excel. The result was a society that could maintain its core identity across centuries while continuously evolving to meet new challenges and opportunities. The interactions between different castes were governed by protocols that ensured efficiency while maintaining appropriate respect for hierarchy. Abominations communicated with lower castes through intermediaries when possible, preserving their time and energy for matters of cosmic significance, while ensuring that their directives were implemented accurately. Malisons served as translators and interpreters, converting high-level strategic concepts into practical instructions that purebloods could execute in the field. This system of indirect communication also served as a security measure, preventing lower castes from gaining complete knowledge of Yuanti operations, while ensuring that compromised agents could not reveal information that might damage the species' broader interests. A captured pureblood might know details about their specific mission, but would lack understanding of how their activities fit into larger strategic frameworks. The caste system's ultimate achievement was its creation of a society where individual identity became secondary to species loyalty. Yuanti did not think of themselves primarily as individuals with personal desires and objectives, but rather as components in a larger organism dedicated to achieving serpentine supremacy. This perspective allowed them to make sacrifices and commitments that would be psychologically impossible for beings who prioritized personal fulfillment over collective success. Yet this same system contained within it the seeds of both strength and potential weakness. The emphasis on hierarchy and specialization created incredible efficiency and focus, but it also resulted in a society that might struggle to adapt to truly unprecedented challenges. The loss of emotional flexibility and individual creativity that accompanied transformation into serpentine consciousness provided stability and purpose, but potentially limited the species' ability to develop innovative solutions to novel problems. In the end, the caste system of the Yuanti represented the ultimate expression of organized ambition, a social structure so perfectly calibrated that it transformed an entire species into a single instrument of cosmic purpose. Whether this achievement represented the height of civilizational sophistication or the ultimate betrayal of individual consciousness remained a question that even the abominations themselves might struggle to answer, for they had long ago sacrificed the capacity for self-doubt that might have allowed them to recognize the true price of their serpentine perfection. Chapter 5: Cities of the Serpent Lords. Architecture reveals the soul of a civilization more clearly than any written chronicle or artistic expression, for in the spaces where beings choose to live and work, we discover not just their practical needs, but their deepest aspirations and most fundamental beliefs about the nature of existence itself. The cities of the Yuanti stand as monuments to a race that has systematically eliminated sentiment in favor of function, beauty in favor of purpose, and comfort in favor of the relentless pursuit of serpentine perfection. In the deepest reaches of ancient jungles, beneath mountain ranges that have stood since the world's youth, and within cavern systems that extend for miles below the surface, the Yuanti have constructed settlements that reflect their unique understanding of space, power, and the relationship between form and function. These are not cities as other races might recognize them, but rather vast organic machines designed to facilitate every aspect of serpentine society, from reproduction and transformation to research and military planning. The greatest of all Yuanti settlements was Sithar's son, whose name in the ancient Saruk tongue meant the coiled heart of becoming. Built upon the ruins of the original human city of Siskanath, this metropolis had grown over centuries into a sprawling complex that housed nearly 500,000 Yuanti of all castes, along with an equal number of slaves, test subjects, and creatures bred for specific purposes within the serpentine hierarchy. From above, Sithar's sun resembled a massive spiral carved into the earth itself, its districts arranged in concentric rings that descended toward a central core where the most sacred and dangerous activities took place. The outermost ring contained facilities for interacting with the outside world, trading posts staffed by purebloods, diplomatic compounds where representatives of other races might be received, and processing centers where captured materials and individuals were evaluated for their potential usefulness. The architecture of these outer districts was deliberately designed to appear impressive, but not threatening to foreign visitors. Buildings rose in graceful curves that suggested organic growth rather than artificial construction, their surfaces covered in intricate reliefs that seemed to depict abstract patterns, but contained hidden messages readable only by those trained in Yuanti symbolic languages. Gardens filled with exotic plants created an atmosphere of mysterious beauty that concealed the fact that every flower and vine had been selected for its toxicity, or its ability to gather intelligence about visitors through chemical analysis of their perspiration and breath. Moving inward through the city's spiral structure, the character of the architecture began to change dramatically. The second ring contained the residential districts where purebloods and lesser Malicens made their homes, living in compounds that reflected their position within the hierarchy, while providing them with the resources necessary for their various roles. These buildings were constructed from a distinctive green stone that had been quarried from deposits deep beneath the city, material that possessed the unusual property of regulating temperature and humidity to maintain conditions optimal for serpentine comfort. The homes of the purebloods were marvels of subtle engineering, designed to appear modest from the outside, while containing spaces far larger than their external dimensions would suggest. Interior chambers were carved from single blocks of stone and connected by passages that curved and twisted in patterns that disoriented visitors, while allowing residents to move with instinctive ease. Each dwelling contained multiple levels of hidden spaces where sensitive materials could be stored and clandestine activities could be conducted without detection. The third ring housed the workshops and laboratories where much of the city's practical work was accomplished. Malicen craftsmen created the tools and artifacts that Yuanti civilization required, weapons designed to deliver venom with surgical precision, communication devices that could transmit messages across vast distances through subsonic frequencies, and surveillance equipment that could gather intelligence from subjects who never suspected they were being monitored. The most impressive structures in this district were the flesh-shaping laboratories, where new forms of life were designed and created. These facilities resembled organic growths more than conventional buildings, their walls pulsing with a rhythm that suggested vast breathing organisms. Inside, teams of Malicen researchers worked with materials and techniques that would have horrified other races, combining genetic material from dozens of different species to create creatures perfectly suited for specific purposes within Yuanti society. The fourth ring contained the military installations where Yuanti forces were trained and equipped for operations ranging from local security to intercontinental campaigns. The architecture of these compounds emphasized function over aesthetics, with training facilities designed to simulate every possible combat environment and armories stocked with weapons that took advantage of the unique capabilities of each Yuanti caste. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the military district was the messenger network that connected it to similar installations throughout the Yuanti Empire. This system relied on specially bred serpents that could carry encoded messages across thousands of miles, following routes that had been programmed into their genetic structure through generations of careful breeding. The serpents navigated using a combination of magnetic sensitivity and chemical trail following that made their communications virtually impossible to intercept or decode. The fifth ring housed the administrative centers where the complex operations of Yuanti society were coordinated and controlled. These buildings were studies in serpentine efficiency, their interiors organized according to principles that maximized the flow of information while minimizing the time required for decision-making. Chambers were arranged in spiral patterns that allowed administrators to move quickly between different functional areas, while advanced ventilation systems ensured that the subsonic communications used by higher castes could be transmitted clearly throughout the complex. The administrative district also contained the city's primary intelligence archives, vast libraries where information gathered by agents throughout the known world was stored, analyzed, and cross-referenced to identify patterns and opportunities that might not be apparent to less systematic civilizations. These archives were protected by security measures that went far beyond simple physical barriers, including psychological defenses that could drive intruders insane and magical protections that ensured only authorized Yuanti could access the most sensitive materials. As one moved deeper into the city's heart, the architecture became increasingly alien and threatening. The sixth ring contained the breeding facilities where human slaves were maintained for reproductive purposes, their lives regulated with the same precision that Yuanti applied to all their endeavors. The buildings in this district were designed to maximize efficiency while minimizing the possibility of rebellion or escape, with living quarters that provided basic necessities without any amenities that might encourage emotional attachment or independent thinking. The breeding facilities were organized according to genetic principles that reflected decades of research into optimal reproductive combinations. Different sections housed individuals with specific physical or mental characteristics, while detailed records tracked lineages that might produce offspring valuable for particular purposes within Yuanti society. The entire operation was overseen by Malison specialists who combined veterinary knowledge with psychological insight to ensure maximum productivity with minimum resource expenditure. The seventh ring contained the transformation chambers, where the most advanced flesh-shaping rituals were conducted. These structures defied easy description, their architecture seeming to shift and flow as if the buildings themselves were alive and constantly evolving. The materials used in their construction included substances that existed nowhere else in the known world, compounds created through alchemical processes that combined organic and mineral components in ways that violated conventional understanding of chemistry and physics. Inside these chambers, teams of abomination researchers conducted experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was possible within the constraints of physical reality. They created new forms of life that served as living tools for specific purposes, modified existing creatures to enhance their usefulness for Yuanti objectives, and most importantly, refined the transformation processes that could convert members of other races into loyal servants of serpentine will. The eighth ring was devoted to temples and religious facilities, where the worship of Seht was conducted according to rituals that had been perfected over centuries of practice. The architecture of these buildings incorporated elements that were both beautiful and deeply unsettling, with spaces designed to induce specific psychological states in worshippers while facilitating communication with divine consciousness. The largest of these temples contained pools of liquid that had been infused with substances that could alter the perception of reality, allowing particularly devoted priests to experience visions of cosmic significance. At the very heart of Sothertis's sun lay the ninth and innermost ring, accessible only to the highest-ranking abominations and containing facilities whose purposes were known only to a select few. This central core housed the city's primary communication nexus, through which the ruling council maintained contact with Yuanti settlements throughout the world, as well as research facilities where the most dangerous and ambitious projects were pursued. The architecture of this innermost district incorporated design principles that seemed to exist outside normal space-time, with passages that connected to chambers located miles away and rooms whose internal dimensions bore no relationship to their external appearance. Moving through these spaces required not just physical navigation but psychological preparation, for the very geometry of the structures could induce madness in minds that were not properly conditioned to accept their impossible configurations. Beyond Sistert's sun, the Yuanti Empire encompassed dozens of smaller settlements, each designed to serve specific functions within the broader Serpentine strategy. Mountain fastnesses hidden within seemingly impassable peaks housed research stations where experiments too dangerous for populated areas were conducted in isolation. Coastal installations provided bases for naval operations while serving as processing centers for materials and captives brought in from overseas expeditions. Perhaps the most impressive of these secondary settlements were the underground cities that had been carved from solid rock deep beneath the Earth's surface. These subterranean complexes took advantage of natural cave systems that had been expanded and modified through centuries of patient excavation, creating environments that were perfectly suited to Serpentine preferences while remaining completely hidden from surface observation. The largest of these underground cities was Seht, built within a cavern system that extended for hundreds of miles beneath a mountain range that served as a natural border between human kingdoms. The city's existence was unknown to surface dwellers, who attributed the occasional disappearances of travelers and the subtle changes in local wildlife to natural phenomena rather than the presence of a sophisticated civilization operating just beneath their feet. Seht specialized in activities that required absolute secrecy and security. Its laboratories conducted research into transformation techniques that were too dangerous or experimental for use in surface facilities, while its intelligence operations coordinated espionage activities across multiple continents. The city also served as a refuge where Yuanti could retreat if their surface operations were ever discovered and neutralized by their enemies. The architecture of underground Yuanti settlements reflected the unique challenges and opportunities of subterranean existence. Buildings were carved directly from living rock, their forms following the natural contours of cavern walls and ceiling formations. Lighting was provided by a combination of bioluminescent organisms and crystalline formations that had been modified to emit controlled amounts of illumination, creating environments that were perfectly suited to Serpentine vision while remaining invisible to surface detection methods. Water management in these underground cities required sophisticated engineering that took advantage of natural underground rivers and springs, while creating artificial systems to distribute moisture throughout the complex. Ventilation systems ensured that air quality remained optimal for Serpentine respiratory needs, while preventing the accumulation of gases that might betray the settlement's presence to surface investigators. The most remarkable feature of underground Yuanti architecture was its integration with the natural ecosystem of the cavern environment. Rather than imposing artificial structures upon the existing geological formations, Yuanti builders worked with the rock and mineral deposits to create spaces that seemed to have grown naturally from the earth itself. This approach not only provided superior camouflage, but also created living environments that continued to evolve and adapt over time. Throughout all Yuanti settlements, regardless of their size or location, certain architectural principles remained constant. Buildings were designed to facilitate the movement of different castes while maintaining appropriate hierarchical relationships, with passages and chambers sized to accommodate the physical requirements of each type of inhabitant. Abominations required spaces that could accommodate their varied and often massive forms, while purebloods needed areas where they could practice maintaining their human disguises without observation. Security considerations influenced every aspect of Yuanti urban planning. Buildings contained multiple hidden passages that could serve as escape routes or ambush points, while seemingly decorative elements often concealed surveillance devices or defensive weapons. The layout of districts and the routing of major thoroughfares were designed to channel potential invaders into killing zones, where they could be eliminated with maximum efficiency and minimum risk to Yuanti inhabitants. Perhaps most importantly, every Yuanti settlement was designed as a component in a larger network that spanned continents and connected underground cities with surface installations through communication systems that operated below the threshold of detection by other races. This network allowed for the coordination of activities across vast distances, while ensuring that the loss of any individual settlement would not compromise the security or effectiveness of the broader Yuanti Empire. The cumulative effect of this architectural philosophy was the creation of urban environments that served not just as places to live and work, but as expressions of serpentine values and objectives. Every building, every street, every decorative element reinforced the social hierarchy, while facilitating the activities that advanced the race toward its ultimate goals. The cities of the Yuanti were not mere collections of structures, but rather vast machines, designed to transform individual ambition into collective power, personal desire into species-wide purpose, and mortal aspiration into divine achievement. Walking through these settlements, one could observe the systematic elimination of everything that other races might consider essential to civilized existence. There were no spaces devoted to entertainment for its own sake, no buildings dedicated to art that served no practical purpose, no areas set aside for the simple pleasure of social interaction. Every element served a function within the broader serpentine agenda, creating environments that were simultaneously impressive and profoundly alien to non-Yuanti sensibilities. In the end, the cities of the Yuanti stood as monuments to the power of absolute focus, demonstrations of what could be achieved when an entire civilization dedicated itself to the pursuit of a single overriding objective. They were testaments to the efficiency that could be achieved through the systematic elimination of sentiment and the triumph of purpose over pleasure. Yet they also served as warnings about the ultimate cost of such single-minded dedication, for in creating perfect instruments of serpentine will, the Yuanti had built cities that preserved everything about their race except the qualities that had once made their existence meaningful. Chapter 6. The Art of Deception. Truth is a luxury that only the weak can afford, for those who seek dominion over others must master the delicate art of presenting reality in whatever form serves their purposes best. The Yuanti understood this principle with a clarity that bordered on religious devotion, transforming deception from a mere tactical tool into a comprehensive philosophy that governed every aspect of their interaction with the wider world. In their hands, lies became more potent than armies, manipulation more effective than conquest, and the systematic cultivation of trust became the foundation for the most devastating betrayals in recorded history. From the moment a Yuanti pureblood first stepped beyond the boundaries of their serpentine cities, they carried with them knowledge that had been refined through centuries of careful observation and experimentation. The science of deception, as practiced by the Yuanti, was not a crude matter of simple falsehoods, but rather a sophisticated discipline that required deep understanding of psychology, sociology, and the fundamental drives that motivated different species and cultures. The foundation of Yuanti deceptive practice lay in their recognition that effective lies must be built upon a framework of carefully selected truths. A successful infiltrator did not create an entirely fictional identity, but rather constructed a persona that incorporated genuine elements from their background, while concealing those aspects that would reveal their serpentine nature. This approach provided the infiltrator with a natural foundation of authentic detail, while minimizing the cognitive burden of maintaining complex fabrications over extended periods. Consider the case of Seht, a Yuanti pureblood who spent nearly 3 decades establishing herself as one of the most respected merchants in the human city of Westgate. Her cover identity was not created from whole cloth, but was instead built around genuine expertise in trade and commerce that she had acquired through years of study and practical experience. Her knowledge of market dynamics, shipping routes, and commercial law was absolutely authentic, providing her with credibility that no amount of fabrication could have achieved. What made Seht's deception so effective was not what she revealed about herself, but what she systematically concealed. Her serpentine nature remained hidden beneath layers of carefully cultivated human mannerisms, while her true objectives were disguised as the natural ambitions of a successful businesswoman. Over the course of her 3-decade operation, she gradually acquired influence over trade routes that served Yuanti interests, established relationships with political figures who could be manipulated to support serpentine objectives, and created a network of human agents who served her purposes without ever suspecting her true nature. The transformation that enabled such deep cover operations went far beyond the physical modifications that created the pureblood caste. Yuanti infiltrators underwent extensive psychological conditioning that allowed them to inhabit human personas with absolute conviction. They did not merely pretend to experience human emotions, but rather developed the ability to generate genuine feelings that corresponded to their assumed identities, while maintaining underlying loyalty to serpentine goals. This psychological flexibility was achieved through meditation techniques that had been developed by studying the mental patterns of captured humans over generations. Yuanti researchers had identified the specific neural pathways that generated different emotional responses, allowing them to train their agents to replicate these patterns on command. A pureblood could experience genuine affection for human companions, while simultaneously planning their eventual betrayal, the two conflicting impulses existing in separate mental compartments that never interfered with each other. The most advanced infiltrators developed what Yuanti psychologists termed layered consciousness, a mental state that allowed them to maintain multiple personality frameworks simultaneously. The surface layer consisted of the human persona that they presented to the world, complete with appropriate emotional responses, cultural knowledge, and personal history. Beneath this lay a Yuanti consciousness that monitored the success of the deception while planning long-term objectives. At the deepest level resided their connection to the broader serpentine network, a bond that allowed them to receive instructions and provide intelligence without compromising their surface identity. Maintaining these multiple layers of consciousness required constant mental discipline that would have driven ordinary beings to madness. Yuanti infiltrators learned to think in compartmentalized patterns that prevented information from bleeding between different levels of awareness. They could discuss politics with human associates while simultaneously encoding intelligence reports in subsonic frequencies that other Yuanti could detect, their minds operating on multiple frequencies without creating internal conflict or confusion. The physical aspects of Yuanti shapeshifting were equally impressive, though they operated within more limited parameters than the popular imagination might suggest. Pure bloods could not assume radically different forms, but were capable of making subtle adjustments to their appearance that allowed them to blend seamlessly into various human populations. Their ability to control their body temperature, alter their skin texture, and modify their facial features within narrow ranges made them virtually undetectable when operating in human societies. These physical modifications were supplemented by an extensive wardrobe of prosthetics, cosmetics, and magical items that could enhance their disguises when more dramatic changes were required. Yuanti artificers had developed techniques for creating false skin that could perfectly mimic human texture and temperature, along with devices that could alter voice patterns, body odor, and even the chemical composition of perspiration to match specific human profiles. The most sophisticated Yuanti operations involved not just individual infiltrators, but entire networks of agents working in coordination to achieve objectives that might require decades to accomplish. These networks were organized according to principles that ensured operational security while maximizing effectiveness, with each agent knowing only the information necessary for their specific role, while remaining unaware of the broader scope of the operation. The infiltration of the human kingdom of Tether provided a classic example of Yuanti networking in action. Over the course of nearly a century, a carefully coordinated team of pureblood agents established themselves in key positions throughout Tetherian society. One became a respected scholar, whose research into ancient history provided valuable intelligence about human archaeological discoveries. Another established a successful banking house that eventually gained influence over the kingdom's financial policies. A third worked their way up through the military hierarchy to achieve a position where they could influence strategic planning and resource allocation. Each of these agents operated independently, maintaining their cover identities without direct contact with their colleagues. Communication between them was handled through an elaborate system of coded messages that were embedded in routine commercial and social interactions. A merchant's order for specific goods might contain encoded instructions for a military officer, while a scholar's published research could include intelligence gathered by a banker's financial investigations. The coordination of these distributed operations required a level of strategic planning that few other civilizations could match. Yuanti operational planners thought in terms of generational timescales, designing infiltration campaigns that might not achieve their primary objectives for decades or even centuries. They understood that the most effective forms of influence were those that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness, gradually shaping human decision-making processes without triggering defensive responses. The psychological warfare techniques employed by Yuanti infiltrators were perhaps their most devastating weapon, for they attacked not just individual minds, but the fundamental social structures that held human civilizations together. By gradually undermining trust between different groups, encouraging conflicts that weakened potential enemies, and promoting ideologies that served serpentine interests, they could achieve victory without ever revealing their presence or engaging in direct confrontation. One of their most effective strategies involved the systematic exploitation of existing tensions within human societies. Rather than creating conflicts from nothing, Yuanti agents identified pre-existing disputes and gradually escalated them through carefully timed provocations and misinformation campaigns. They might encourage trade disputes between neighboring cities, exacerbate religious differences between competing sects, or exploit political rivalries between ambitious nobles, always ensuring that the resulting conflicts served their larger objectives. The manipulation of human religious and philosophical movements provided particularly fertile ground for Yuanti influence operations. By introducing subtle modifications to existing belief systems, they could redirect human spiritual energy toward goals that served serpentine purposes, while maintaining the appearance of authentic religious development. A sect that began by preaching legitimate spiritual values might gradually evolve into an organization that unknowingly advanced Yuanti objectives, its members genuinely believing they were serving divine will while actually furthering the cause of serpentine supremacy. The Yuanti approach to information warfare demonstrated their understanding that knowledge was ultimately more valuable than gold or military force. Their agents systematically gathered intelligence about human technological developments, political alliances, and strategic capabilities, while simultaneously spreading misinformation designed to misdirect their enemies' planning efforts. They created false historical documents that supported their preferred narratives, funded scholars whose research advanced theories favorable to Yuanti interests, and established news networks that could shape public opinion without revealing their true sponsors. Perhaps most insidiously, Yuanti infiltrators specialized in the corruption of human institutions through the gradual introduction of serpentine values disguised as practical reforms. They might propose administrative changes that increased efficiency while actually concentrating power in positions they could influence. They could suggest military reorganizations that appeared to strengthen defenses while actually creating vulnerabilities that Yuanti forces could exploit. They might advocate for legal reforms that seemed to protect citizens' rights while actually making it easier for serpentine agents to operate without detection. The economic manipulation techniques developed by Yuanti infiltrators demonstrated their understanding that financial control was often more effective than political domination. By establishing themselves in key positions within human commercial networks, they could influence trade patterns, resource allocation, and technological development in ways that served their broader strategic objectives. They might manipulate currency exchanges to destabilize rival kingdoms, control access to critical materials needed for military production, or direct investment toward projects that would ultimately benefit serpentine interests. The most successful Yuanti economic operations were those that created genuine value for human participants while simultaneously advancing serpentine goals. A Yuanti-controlled trading company might provide excellent service to its human customers while using its commercial networks to gather intelligence and transport agents. A bank established by pure-blood infiltrators could offer competitive interest rates and reliable financial services while gradually acquiring influence over the political leaders who depended on its loans. The diplomatic manipulation conducted by Yuanti agents required perhaps the highest level of skill and patience, for it involved influencing the relationships between entire nations while maintaining absolute secrecy about their involvement. They might spend decades cultivating relationships with key political figures, gradually shaping their attitudes and decisions through carefully crafted conversations and experiences. They could orchestrate international incidents that served their purposes while ensuring that blame fell on convenient scapegoats. They might even broker peace agreements between warring nations when such arrangements served their larger strategic objectives. The psychological profiles that Yuanti infiltrators developed for their human targets were masterpieces of analytical precision that revealed deep understanding of individual and cultural psychology. These profiles went far beyond simple assessments of personality traits to include detailed analyses of emotional triggers, intellectual blind spots, social connections, and historical experiences that might influence decision-making processes. An effective infiltrator could predict how a target would respond to specific stimuli with accuracy that bordered on prophetic insight. The cultivation of human assets required a delicate balance between offering genuine benefits and maintaining operational control. Yuanti agents learned to identify individuals whose personal circumstances made them susceptible to recruitment, whether through financial pressure, political ambition, emotional manipulation, or ideological persuasion. They developed techniques for gradually increasing their influence over these assets, while ensuring that the relationship appeared to be mutually beneficial rather than exploitative. The most valuable human assets were often those who never realized they were being manipulated. A merchant who received profitable trade opportunities from a Yuanti-controlled partner might genuinely believe they were engaged in legitimate business relationships, while actually serving as an unwitting agent of serpentine interests. A scholar who received funding for research projects might produce work that advanced Yuanti objectives, while remaining completely unaware of their patron's true nature and goals. The counterintelligence techniques developed by Yuanti operations specialists ensured that their infiltration efforts remained undetected even when human authorities began to suspect foreign influence. They created false evidence trails that pointed toward convenient enemies, established multiple layers of misdirection that confused investigators, and maintained careful separation between different operational components to prevent any single discovery from compromising larger networks. When exposure became unavoidable, Yuanti infiltrators were prepared to sacrifice specific operations or even individual agents to protect more valuable assets and longer-term objectives. They understood that tactical losses were acceptable as long as strategic goals remained achievable, and they planned their operations with multiple contingencies that could be activated if primary approaches failed. The legacy of Yuanti deception extended far beyond their specific operational successes to influence the fundamental nature of international relations and cultural development throughout the regions where they operated. Their systematic manipulation of human societies created lasting changes in political structures, economic systems, and social values that continued to serve serpentine interests long after the original infiltrators had completed their missions or been replaced by successors. In the end, the art of deception as practiced by the Yuanti represented the ultimate expression of patient intelligence applied to the systematic acquisition of power. They had transformed lying from a desperate expedient into a sophisticated science, converted manipulation from crude coercion into elegant persuasion, and elevated betrayal from simple treachery into cosmic purpose. Their success demonstrated that the greatest victories were often achieved, not through force, but through the patient cultivation of trust, that could be exploited at the moment of maximum advantage. Yet even as we marvel at the sophistication of their deceptive practices, we must also recognize the profound emptiness that lay at their core. The Yuanti had become perfect masters of lies, precisely because they had lost the capacity to value truth, supreme manipulators because they no longer understood the meaning of genuine relationship, and ultimate deceivers because they had forgotten what it meant to trust or be trusted. In gaining the power to control others through deception, they had surrendered their own ability to experience the authentic connections that gave life meaning beyond mere survival and dominance. Chapter 7. The Slave Markets of Scales. There exists no more telling measure of a civilization's true character than how it treats those who possess no power to resist its will. For in the relationship between master and slave, we discover not just practical arrangements of labor and dominance, but the fundamental beliefs that a society holds about the nature of consciousness, dignity, and the value of life itself. The Yuanti approach to slavery revealed a perspective so alien to human understanding that it challenged the very concepts of cruelty and compassion, transforming what other races might consider evil into a systematic expression of serpentine logic that was both terrifyingly efficient and profoundly disturbing. To the Yuanti mind, the concept of slavery as other races understood, it was simultaneously too crude and too sentimental to serve their purposes effectively. They did not seek to dominate other beings through simple coercion or to extract labor through brutality and fear, but rather to reshape entire categories of life into forms that would serve serpentine objectives with willing efficiency. What they created was not slavery in any conventional sense, but rather a comprehensive system of biological and psychological conditioning that transformed free-willed creatures into components of a vast organic machine dedicated to advancing the cause of serpentine supremacy. The foundation of this system lay in the Yuanti understanding that consciousness itself was malleable, that the thoughts, desires, and fundamental identity of any sentient being could be altered through the proper application of scientific principles. Where other slave-owning societies relied on chains and whips to compel obedience, the Yuanti employed techniques that reached into the very essence of their subjects' minds, rewriting their basic motivations until service to serpentine masters became not just acceptable but genuinely desirable. The great slave markets of Socrates' son occupied an entire district of the city, their facilities stretching across acres of carefully designed spaces that served functions far more complex than simple commerce. These were not crude auction blocks where captured beings were sold to the highest bidder, but rather sophisticated processing centers where each individual acquisition was carefully evaluated for their optimal role within the serpentine hierarchy, before being subjected to conditioning procedures that would prepare them for their designated function. The market complex was organized according to principles that reflected the Yuanti understanding of different species and their potential contributions to serpentine society. Human subjects, being the most common and versatile acquisitions, occupied the largest section of the facility, their quarters arranged according to age, physical condition, intellectual capacity, and psychological profile. Separate areas housed members of other races whose unique characteristics made them valuable for specific purposes, elves whose longevity made them suitable for century-spanning projects, dwarves whose crafting skills could be directed towards serpentine objectives, and halflings whose natural talents for infiltration could be exploited after appropriate conditioning. The evaluation process that determined each subject's ultimate fate was conducted with the same methodical precision that the Yuanti applied to all their endeavors. Teams of Malison specialists, trained in psychology, biology, and behavioral analysis, conducted comprehensive assessments that examined not just obvious characteristics like physical strength and intellectual ability, but subtle factors such as emotional resilience, susceptibility to different forms of conditioning, and genetic markers that might indicate hidden potential or vulnerability. The most promising subjects underwent detailed genealogical analysis that traced their family lines back multiple generations, identifying bloodlines that might carry traits valuable for breeding programs, or that might be corrupted by hidden weaknesses that could undermine their usefulness. This information was cross-referenced with vast databases that the Yuanti had compiled over centuries of operation, allowing them to predict with remarkable accuracy how individual subjects would respond to different forms of conditioning and what roles they would be best suited to fulfill. The conditioning procedures themselves represented the culmination of Yuanti research into the manipulation of consciousness, techniques that combined physical modification with psychological programming to create beings who served serpentine interests with genuine enthusiasm rather than grudging compliance. The process began with careful dietary manipulation that altered brain chemistry in ways that made subjects more receptive to suggestion, while reducing their capacity for independent thought and emotional attachment to their previous lives. Pharmaceutical conditioning was supplemented by exposure to subsonic frequencies that influenced neural development over extended periods. Subjects were housed in chambers where they were constantly exposed to sound patterns that gradually reshaped their mental processes, encouraging thought patterns that aligned with serpentine values while suppressing impulses toward rebellion or escape. The frequencies were carefully calibrated for different species and individual psychological profiles, ensuring maximum effectiveness while minimizing the risk of permanent mental damage that might reduce the subject's usefulness. The psychological component of the conditioning process involved systematic deconstruction of the subject's original identity, followed by careful reconstruction according to specifications determined by their intended role. Subjects were isolated from others of their species and gradually introduced to social environments where serpentine values were presented as natural and desirable. They were rewarded for displaying attitudes and behaviors that aligned with Yuanti objectives, while being subtly punished for any expression of their original cultural values or personal desires. The most sophisticated conditioning programs involved the gradual introduction of chemical agents that enhanced the subject's emotional response to Yuanti presence, while reducing their ability to form meaningful attachments to other enslaved beings. These substances, derived from serpent venom that had been processed through alchemical techniques, created a form of psychological dependence that made subjects genuinely happy when serving their masters, while experiencing anxiety and discomfort when separated from serpentine guidance. The breeding programs that formed the cornerstone of Yuanti slave management represented perhaps their most ambitious attempt to reshape life according to serpentine specifications. Rather than simply capturing members of existing races, they sought to create entirely new bloodlines that would possess the most desirable characteristics of different species, while eliminating traits that might prove problematic or inefficient. These programs operated according to principles that combined advanced understanding of genetics with magical techniques that could accelerate natural evolutionary processes. Breeding pairs were selected not just for physical compatibility, but for psychological traits that would produce offspring with optimal characteristics for specific roles within serpentine society. The resulting children were raised in carefully controlled environments where they were exposed only to influences that would shape them into ideal servants of Yuanti interests. The most successful breeding programs produced individuals who appeared to belong to their parent species, but possessed enhanced abilities that made them far more valuable than their natural-born counterparts. Human subjects might be bred for increased intelligence, enhanced physical strength, or improved resistance to disease and poison. Elven bloodlines could be modified to produce individuals with extended lifespans and enhanced magical abilities. Dwarven genetics might be altered to create craftsmen whose skills exceeded anything possible through natural talent and training alone. The children produced by these breeding programs were raised with no knowledge of their artificial origins, believing themselves to be naturally gifted members of their respective species. This psychological foundation made them far more effective in roles that required them to interact with unconverted members of their races, as they could display genuine pride in their abilities while remaining completely loyal to their serpentine creators. The most disturbing aspect of Yuanti breeding programs was their systematic elimination of traits that the serpentine mind considered inefficient or counterproductive. Subjects were selected not just for positive characteristics, but for the absence of qualities such as strong emotional attachments, excessive curiosity about their circumstances, or pronounced individualistic tendencies that might interfere with their conditioning or reduce their effectiveness as servants. Over successive generations, these selection pressures gradually created populations that were psychologically and genetically distinct from their original species, beings who retained the appearance and basic capabilities of humans, elves, or dwarves, while possessing minds that operated according to principles more compatible with serpentine values. The result was the emergence of what Yuanti researchers termed optimized bloodlines, populations that could serve serpentine interests with an efficiency that no amount of conventional training or coercion could achieve. The specialized roles that conditioned subjects fulfilled within Yuanti society reflected the serpentine understanding that different tasks required different combinations of abilities and psychological traits. The most intellectually gifted subjects might be assigned to research projects where their enhanced cognitive abilities could advance serpentine knowledge, while their conditioning ensured absolute loyalty to their master's objectives. Others with particular physical capabilities might be employed in construction projects or manufacturing operations where their skills could be applied to creating infrastructure that served the broader serpentine agenda. The most psychologically resilient subjects were often selected for deep cover operations that required them to maintain their conditioning while operating in environments where they would be exposed to influences that might otherwise weaken their loyalty. These individuals could spend years or even decades living among unconverted members of their species while gathering intelligence, recruiting additional subjects, or carrying out sabotage operations that advanced serpentine interests. The management of these diverse populations required administrative systems that tracked not just the location and activities of individual subjects, but their psychological state, breeding history, and potential for advancement within the serpentine hierarchy. Yuanti record keepers maintained detailed files that documented every aspect of each subject's existence, from their original capture or birth, through their conditioning process, to their current assignment and future potential. These records were cross-referenced with broader databases that tracked patterns in conditioning effectiveness, genetic combinations that produced desired traits, and environmental factors that influenced subject performance. The information was used to continuously refine breeding and conditioning programs while identifying opportunities to maximize the value extracted from each individual within the system. The economic aspects of Yuanti slave management reflected their understanding that sentient beings represented investments that could appreciate in value over time when properly developed. Rather than viewing subjects as expendable resources to be consumed quickly, they implemented long-term development programs that gradually enhanced each individual's capabilities while ensuring their continued loyalty and usefulness. Subjects who demonstrated exceptional performance in their assigned roles might be selected for advanced conditioning that enhanced their abilities while deepening their psychological dependence on serpentine approval. The most successful individuals could eventually achieve positions of limited authority within the slave hierarchy, serving as intermediaries between Yuanti masters and lower-level subjects, while maintaining absolute loyalty to serpentine objectives. The trade and conditioned subjects between different Yuanti settlements represented a sophisticated market that operated according to principles far more complex than simple supply and demand. Each transaction involved careful evaluation of the subject's conditioning history, genetic background, and potential compatibility with the receiving facility's specific requirements. Prices were determined not just by immediate capabilities, but by long-term potential and the rarity of particular combinations of traits. The most valuable subjects in these transactions were those who had been successfully conditioned for roles that required interaction with unconverted populations. A human who could serve as an effective spy or infiltrator might command prices equivalent to small armies, while subjects with specialized skills that supported critical Yuanti operations could be worth more than entire cities to the right buyer. The security measures that protected Yuanti slave facilities from both external attack and internal rebellion reflected their understanding that their treatment of other races made them vulnerable to retaliation if their activities were discovered. The facilities were designed with multiple layers of protection that included both physical barriers and psychological safeguards that made escape virtually impossible even for subjects who had not been fully conditioned. The most effective security measures were those that operated within the subjects' own minds, creating psychological barriers that made them incapable of considering rebellion or escape even when opportunities presented themselves. Subjects were conditioned to experience severe anxiety and disorientation when contemplating actions that might harm their masters or disrupt their assigned duties, making them genuinely unable to plan or execute resistance efforts. The long-term consequences of Yuanti slave operations extended far beyond their immediate objectives to influence the demographic and cultural development of entire regions. Their systematic removal of the most capable individuals from human and other populations gradually weakened the societies they targeted, while strengthening their own capabilities through the addition of conditioned subjects with enhanced abilities. The breeding programs they conducted created genetic changes that persisted across generations, gradually altering the fundamental characteristics of populations that had been subjected to their influence. Communities that had been repeatedly targeted for slave acquisition often developed traits that made them either more valuable to Yuanti interests or more difficult to capture and condition effectively. Perhaps most significantly, the psychological techniques developed for conditioning slaves provided the foundation for influence operations that extended throughout the regions where Yuanti operated. The same methods that could transform captured subjects into loyal servants could be applied on a smaller scale to influence unconverted populations, gradually shaping their attitudes and behaviors in ways that served serpentine objectives. The ultimate goal of Yuanti slave operations was not merely the acquisition of labor or even the creation of useful servants, but the systematic transformation of all non-serpentine consciousness into forms that would willingly serve the cause of serpentine supremacy. They envisioned a future where every sentient being would eagerly contribute to the advancement of Yuanti civilization, while believing that they were fulfilling their own highest aspirations and serving their own best interests. In pursuing this vision, the Yuanti had created a system that was simultaneously more humane and more horrifying than conventional slavery, for they had eliminated physical cruelty only by replacing it with psychological manipulation so complete that their subjects genuinely loved their captivity. They had solved the problem of unwilling servants by destroying the capacity for unwillingness itself, creating beings who served with enthusiasm while remaining completely unaware of what they had lost in the process. The slave markets of the Yuanti thus represented not just a means of acquiring labor, but a comprehensive strategy for reshaping consciousness itself, according to serpentine specifications. They stood as monuments to the power of systematic application of knowledge about the nature of mind and will, demonstrations of what could be achieved when scientific understanding was directed toward the goal of absolute control over other forms of life. Yet they also served as warnings about the ultimate emptiness of such control, for in creating perfect servants, the Yuanti had eliminated the very qualities that made consciousness valuable in the first place. Chapter 8. Rivals in the Shadows. Even the most perfect predator must eventually encounter prey that fights back, and the most sophisticated civilization will inevitably face challenges that test the limits of its power and adaptability. The Yuanti, for all their serpentine cunning and systematic approach to dominance, discovered that their rise to prominence had not occurred in a vacuum, but rather within a complex ecosystem of ancient powers, each possessed of their own ambitions, capabilities, and claim to supremacy. The conflicts that emerged from these encounters shaped not just the political landscape of the known world, but the fundamental character of Yuanti civilization itself. The most profound and enduring of these rivalries was the conflict that bound the Yuanti to their own origins, the eternal struggle against the Saruk, whose essence they had absorbed, but whose legacy they could never fully claim. This was not merely a political or territorial dispute, but a cosmic contradiction that struck at the heart of Yuanti identity, for they had achieved their serpentine nature by incorporating fragments of Saruk consciousness, while simultaneously declaring themselves the rightful inheritors of reptilian supremacy. The Saruk themselves represented a challenge, unlike any other that the Yuanti had faced, for these ancient beings possessed not just power, but legitimacy that predated Yuanti civilization by eons. Where the Yuanti had achieved their serpentine nature through transformation and sacrifice, the Saruk were primal expressions of reptilian consciousness, beings who had shaped the fundamental laws of reality during the world's youth, and whose influence extended across dimensions that the Yuanti were only beginning to comprehend. The first encounters between Yuanti and Saruk occurred not in the physical realm, but in the spaces between dimensions where consciousness touched the fundamental structures of existence. Yuanti priests conducting their deepest communion rituals began to encounter resistance from intelligences that challenged their right to access serpentine wisdom, voices that spoke with authority that made even the most powerful abominations feel like pretenders claiming power they had not earned. These initial confrontations took the form of psychological warfare that operated on levels beyond conventional understanding. Saruk consciousness could reach into the minds of Yuanti leaders, planting doubts about their transformation that undermined their confidence while revealing the artificial nature of their serpentine identity. Where Yuanti had believed themselves to be the ultimate expression of reptilian evolution, the Saruk demonstrated that they were merely crude approximations of true serpentine perfection. The response of the Yuanti to this challenge revealed both their greatest strength and their fundamental weakness. Their systematic approach to problem solving enabled them to develop countermeasures against Saruk psychological attacks, creating mental disciplines that could shield their consciousness from unwanted intrusion. However, their reliance on artificial enhancement rather than natural development meant that they could never match the effortless superiority that the Saruk possessed by birthright. The conflict escalated when Yuanti expansion brought them into contact with physical manifestations of Saruk power, ancient sites where the primal reptilians had left traces of their presence that actively resisted serpentine intrusion. These locations, scattered throughout the deep places of the world, contained knowledge and artifacts that the Yuanti desperately desired, but could not access without triggering defensive mechanisms that had been established when the world was young. The most significant of these encounters occurred at the sunken palace of Suthergethamore, a Saruk facility that had been submerged beneath a vast underground lake for millions of years. Yuanti expeditions that attempted to explore the palace found themselves confronted by guardian constructs that recognized them as usurpers rather than legitimate inheritors of reptilian authority. The guardians did not simply attack the intruders, but subjected them to trials that exposed the artificial nature of their transformation, stripping away their serpentine abilities and revealing the human consciousness that still lurked beneath their scaled exterior. These humiliating defeats forced the Yuanti to acknowledge that their relationship with the Saruk could not be resolved through conventional conquest or infiltration. The primal reptilians operated according to principles that predated the concepts of negotiation or compromise, viewing the Yuanti transformation as both theft and sacrilege that could only be addressed through the complete elimination of the offending consciousness. The Yuanti response to this existential threat demonstrated their capacity for adaptation under extreme pressure. Unable to defeat the Saruk through direct confrontation, they developed strategies that avoided challenging ancient authority while gradually undermining its foundations. They began to seek out locations where Saruk influence was weak or fragmented, establishing footholds that could be expanded gradually without triggering massive retaliation. More significantly, they initiated research programs designed to achieve true serpentine transformation rather than the artificial approximation they had originally created. Yuanti scientists working in the deepest laboratories beneath their cities began experimenting with techniques that could incorporate genuine Saruk genetic material rather than simply mimicking its effects. These efforts required centuries of careful preparation and involved risks that threatened the survival of their entire civilization. While the Serpent conflict represented an existential challenge to Yuanti identity, other rivalries emerged from more conventional territorial and resource disputes that arose as Serpentine expansion brought them into contact with established powers throughout the Underdark. The vast network of caverns and underground cities that honeycombed the world's crust was home to numerous civilizations, each adapted to the unique challenges of subterranean existence and possessed of capabilities that could threaten Yuanti operations. The most immediate threat came from the Drow, dark elves, whose own ambitions for underground dominance directly conflicted with Serpentine expansion plans. The Drow possessed several advantages that made them formidable opponents. Their Natura, Lulv magical abilities provided them with capabilities that matched Yuanti's sorcery. Their matriarchal society was as ruthlessly organized as Serpentine hierarchy, and their worship of Lulv gave them access to divine power that could counter the influence of Seht. The initial conflicts between Yuanti and Drow began as border skirmishes over control of trade routes that connected different regions of the Underdark. Both civilizations required access to surface resources that could only be obtained through carefully maintained smuggling networks, making control of key passages essential for their economic survival. What started as disputes over commercial rights gradually escalated into a comprehensive struggle for regional dominance that involved economic warfare, territorial conquest, and systematic attempts to undermine each other's social foundations. The Drow approach to conflict reflected their cultural emphasis on individual excellence and dramatic displays of power. They preferred tactics that involved sudden, overwhelming attacks followed by rapid withdrawal, using their superior mobility and magical capabilities to strike at Yuanti facilities before disappearing into the maze of tunnels that comprised their home territory. Drow raids were designed not just to inflict material damage, but to demonstrate their superiority over Serpentine opponents, often involving elaborate tortures and public humiliations that served both psychological and propaganda purposes. The Yuanti response to Drow tactics revealed their systematic approach to warfare and their understanding that consistent pressure was more effective than dramatic gestures. Rather than attempting to match Drow mobility and magical firepower, they focused on gradually restricting their enemies' freedom of movement through patient siege operations that slowly eliminated access to critical resources. Yuanti forces would establish fortified positions that controlled key choke points, then gradually expand their zones of control while maintaining supply lines that could sustain extended operations. The most devastating weapon in the Yuanti arsenal against the Drow was their ability to corrupt and convert captured enemies through their advanced conditioning techniques. Drow prisoners who underwent Yuanti transformation emerged as beings who retained their original magical abilities while possessing unwavering loyalty to Serpentine objectives. These converted agents could infiltrate Drow society with an effectiveness that no external spy could match, gradually undermining their former civilization from within. The Drow response to this threat involved increasingly paranoid security measures that ultimately proved as damaging to their own effectiveness as any external attack. Suspicion of potential infiltrators created an atmosphere of constant surveillance and accusation that disrupted normal social and military operations. The energy that should have been directed toward fighting Yuanti expansion was instead consumed by internal purges and investigations that weakened Drow society while providing Serpentine forces with opportunities to exploit the resulting chaos. The conflict between Yuanti and Drow became a model for the broader pattern of underground warfare that characterized Serpentine expansion throughout the Underdark. Each civilization they encountered presented unique challenges that required specialized tactics and long-term strategic planning to overcome. The Neblin, or Deep Gnomes, possessed engineering capabilities that allowed them to create defensive installations that were nearly impregnable to conventional assault. The Duergar combined dwarven crafting skills with psionic abilities that could counter Yuanti mental manipulation techniques. Perhaps the most dangerous Underdark opponents were the Illithids, whose mastery of mental domination represented a direct challenge to Yuanti's psychological warfare capabilities. The Mind Flayers possessed technologies and techniques that could subvert serpentine conditioning while implanting their own forms of mental control, creating the possibility that Yuanti agents might be turned against their own civilization without their knowledge or awareness. The conflict with the Illithids forced the Yuanti to develop entirely new forms of mental shielding and authentication that could protect their consciousness from unwanted intrusion. They created psychological protocols that required multiple forms of verification before sensitive information could be accessed, ensuring that compromised agents could not reveal critical intelligence even under the most sophisticated forms of mental interrogation. The underground territories that became contested zones in these conflicts often transformed into bizarre landscapes where the influence of different civilizations created patchwork regions of competing authority. A single cavern system might contain Yuanti breeding facilities, Drow military outposts, Illithid research installations, and Sverfin-Deblin mining operations, all existing in a state of constant tension that could explode into violence at any moment. These contested regions became testing grounds for new forms of warfare that combined conventional military tactics with psychological manipulation, economic pressure, and magical innovation. The Yuan-Ti learned to fight battles that spanned decades or centuries, gradually accumulating advantages that would eventually secure decisive victory while avoiding confrontations that might result in catastrophic losses. The most successful Yuan-Ti operations in these underground conflicts were those that avoided direct military confrontation entirely, instead focusing on the systematic corruption of enemy societies through infiltration, economic manipulation, and the gradual introduction of serpentine values disguised as practical reforms. A Drow city might find its economy increasingly dependent on trade relationships controlled by Yuanti agents, while its military policies gradually shifted to serve serpentine strategic objectives. The technological innovations that emerged from these conflicts advanced Yuanti capabilities in ways that served their broader objectives beyond simple military victory. The need to communicate across vast underground distances led to developments in magical communication networks that eventually enabled coordination between surface and subterranean operations. The requirement to operate in environments hostile to serpentine physiology resulted in biotechnology advances that enhanced Yuan-Ti adaptability to different climates and terrains. Perhaps most importantly, the constant warfare taught the Yuan-Ti valuable lessons about the management of complex multi-front conflicts that prepared them for the even greater challenges they would face as their expansion brought them into contact with surface civilizations. They learned to balance resource allocation between different theaters of operation while maintaining strategic reserves that could be deployed to exploit unexpected opportunities or counter emerging threats. The intelligence networks that developed to support these underground conflicts eventually became the foundation for Yuan-Ti espionage operations throughout the known world. The techniques for gathering information in hostile territory, the methods for maintaining secure communications across enemy-controlled regions, and the systems for analyzing complex political and military situations all emerged from the practical requirements of Underdark warfare. The most profound impact of these conflicts was their effect on Yuan-Ti psychology and cultural development. The constant struggle against capable opponents forced them to acknowledge that their serpentine transformation did not automatically guarantee superiority over all other forms of life. They learned to respect the capabilities of their enemies, while developing the patience and cunning necessary to achieve victory against opponents who matched or exceeded their own abilities in specific areas. This hard-won wisdom shaped their approach to subsequent expansion efforts, teaching them to study potential opponents carefully before initiating contact and to develop comprehensive strategies that could adapt to unexpected resistance or changing circumstances. The Yuan-Ti who emerged from the Underdark conflicts were more sophisticated and dangerous than their predecessors, possessing capabilities that had been tested against the most challenging opponents the underground world could provide. The legacy of these shadow wars extended far beyond their immediate participants to influence the broader development of subterranean civilization throughout the known world. The constant conflicts created a selection pressure that favored the most adaptable and cunning societies, while eliminating those that could not compete effectively in the new environment of total warfare. In the end, the rivals that the Yuanti encountered in the shadows taught them lessons that no amount of internal development could have provided. They learned that power without opposition led to stagnation, that capabilities untested by conflict remained theoretical, and that true supremacy could only be achieved by those who had proven themselves against worthy opponents. The conflicts that seemed to threaten their expansion actually strengthened their civilization by forcing them to develop capabilities they would need for the even greater challenges that awaited them in the world above. Chapter 9. The Serpent's Reach. Ambition without expansion is merely desire, but when coupled with the systematic application of power across vast distances and diverse environments, it becomes the driving force that reshapes continents and transforms the very nature of civilization itself. The Yuan-Ti understood this principle with the clarity that only comes from cosmic perspective, recognizing that their serpentine transformation would remain nothing more than local curiosity unless they could extend their influence across the known world and adapt their civilization to thrive in every environment where intelligent life might flourish. The expansion of Yuan-Ti civilization beyond their original homeland represented not merely territorial conquest, but a fundamental test of their serpentine nature's adaptability and resilience. Each new region they entered presented unique challenges that required modifications to their standard operational procedures, innovations in their biotechnology, and often wholesale reimagining of how serpentine society could function under radically different environmental and cultural conditions. The first major expansion beyond their jungle homeland targeted the coastal regions that offered access to maritime trade routes and the possibility of seaborne expansion to distant continents. The Yuan-Ti recognized that control of oceanic commerce would provide them with intelligence about distant civilizations, while creating opportunities to establish footholds in regions that might otherwise remain beyond their reach for centuries. The establishment of their presence in Hollandeth, a human city strategically positioned along major trade routes, demonstrated the Yuan-Ti mastery of gradual infiltration and systematic influence expansion. Rather than attempting immediate conquest, they began with the placement of pure-blood agents in key commercial positions, individuals whose serpentine nature remained completely hidden while they gradually acquired influence over the city's economic and political structures. The transformation of Hollandeth from independent human city to Yuan-Ti puppet state required nearly 2 centuries of patient manipulation that demonstrated the full scope of serpentine strategic thinking. The process began with the establishment of seemingly legitimate trading companies that offered superior goods and services, while gradually creating dependencies that made the city's prosperity contingent on maintaining positive relationships with their Yuan-Ti controllers. As their economic influence grew, Yuan-Ti agents began to target the city's political leadership through a combination of bribery, blackmail, and the systematic cultivation of personal relationships that created networks of obligation and dependence. They identified ambitious individuals whose desires for wealth or power made them susceptible to serpentine influence, gradually transforming them into willing collaborators who advanced Yuan-Ti interests while believing they were pursuing their own goals. The most sophisticated aspect of the Hollandeth operation was the gradual introduction of Yuan-Ti religious and philosophical concepts disguised as practical reforms or beneficial innovations. They established schools that taught improved commercial practices while subtly instilling values that aligned with serpentine thinking. They funded public works projects that enhanced the city's prosperity while creating infrastructure that served their intelligence gathering and transportation needs. Over successive generations, the population of Hollandeth underwent changes that were so gradual as to be virtually imperceptible to those experiencing them. The city's culture shifted toward approaches that prioritized efficiency over sentiment, long-term planning over immediate gratification, and collective advancement over individual fulfillment. By the time these changes became obvious to outside observers, They had become so deeply embedded in local customs that reversing them would have required the complete destruction of everything that made Halandeth prosperous and successful. The Yuanti approach to Halandeth became the template for their expansion into other coastal regions, each operation adapted to local conditions while maintaining the core principles of gradual infiltration, economic control, and cultural transformation. Port cities throughout the region found themselves gradually drawn into Yuanti's sphere of influence through trade relationships that seemed mutually beneficial while actually serving Serpentine strategic objectives. The expansion into Chult represented a different challenge entirely, for this region's environmental conditions were ideally suited to Yuanti physiology, while its existing populations that could either enhance Serpentine operations or present significant obstacles to their success. The dense jungles and swampy terrain that made Chult inhospitable to many other races created perfect conditions for Yuanti settlements, while the region's isolation from major civilizations provided opportunities to conduct experiments and operations that would have been impossible under closer scrutiny. The indigenous populations of Chult presented the Yuanti with their first large-scale opportunity to test advanced conditioning techniques on entire cultures rather than individual captives. The tribal societies that dominated the region possessed knowledge of jungle survival and local resources that would be invaluable for Yuanti operations, while their relatively simple social structures made them easier to infiltrate and control than more sophisticated civilizations. The Yuanti approach to Chult demonstrated their understanding that different populations required different strategies for effective control. Rather than attempting to impose uniform conditioning on all tribal groups, they developed customized programs that took advantage of each culture's specific characteristics and vulnerabilities. Warrior tribes might be gradually transformed into Yuanti military auxiliaries through techniques that enhanced their combat capabilities while ensuring absolute loyalty. Shamanic cultures could be corrupted through the introduction of Serpentine religious concepts that appeared to complement rather than replace their existing spiritual practices. The most ambitious Yuanti project in Chult was the establishment of Mesro as a testing ground for large-scale social engineering experiments. This ancient city, with its complex history and diverse population, provided an ideal laboratory for developing techniques that could be applied to similar urban centers throughout the world. The Yuanti did not seek to control Mesro directly, but rather to influence its development in ways that would create conditions favorable for future Serpentine operations. Their intervention in Mesro's affairs was so subtle that most inhabitants remained completely unaware of Yuanti presence, even as their city gradually transformed according to Serpentine specifications. Trade policies were adjusted to favor commerce with Yuanti-controlled regions. Educational curricula were modified to include concepts that promoted values compatible with Serpentine thinking. Religious practices were gradually altered to incorporate elements that would make the population more receptive to eventual Yuanti authority. The environmental modifications that the Yuanti implemented throughout Chult demonstrated their understanding that ecosystem control was as important as political domination for ensuring long-term success. They introduced species of plants and animals that had been genetically modified to serve their purposes, creating biological networks that could provide intelligence, transportation, and communication services while appearing to be natural components of the jungle ecosystem. The most impressive of these biological innovations were the Serpent communication networks that connected Yuanti installations throughout Chult and beyond. These creatures, bred specifically for their ability to carry encoded messages across vast distances, created a communication system that was faster and more secure than any magical or technological alternative. The Serpents could navigate through jungle terrain that would halt other forms of transportation while carrying information that was encoded in their genetic structure rather than written documents that could be intercepted and decoded. The expansion into temperate regions presented the Yuanti with their greatest environmental challenge, for these areas possessed climatic conditions that were naturally hostile to Serpentine physiology. The cold winters and moderate temperatures that characterized much of the civilized world created environments where Yuanti could not operate effectively without significant technological support or biological modification. The solution to this challenge came through the development of advanced biotechnology that could adapt Yuanti physiology to function in suboptimal environments. Research teams working in the deepest laboratories beneath Yuanti cities developed techniques for modifying serpentine biology that allowed their agents to regulate their body temperature, adjust their metabolic processes, and even alter their physical appearance to blend seamlessly into populations adapted to different climatic conditions. The most successful of these modifications were those applied to pure-blood agents who would be operating in temperate regions for extended periods. These individuals underwent procedures that enhanced their ability to generate body heat while modifying their skin texture and coloration to match local human populations. The modifications were so sophisticated that they could be activated or deactivated as circumstances required, allowing agents to adapt quickly to changing environmental conditions or operational requirements. The Yuanti expansion into the northern regions also required the development of entirely new logistical systems that could support serpentine operations in areas where traditional supply lines would be inadequate. They established a network of hidden facilities that could provide shelter, resources, and communication services for agents operating in hostile territory. These installations were often built into existing structures or natural formations, making them virtually undetectable to local populations while providing everything necessary for extended operations. The cultural challenges of operating in temperate civilizations proved to be as significant as the environmental obstacles. The human societies that dominated these regions possessed sophisticated political structures, advanced magical capabilities, and strong cultural traditions that made them resistant to the gradual infiltration techniques that had proved so effective in less developed areas. The Yuanti response to these challenges involved the development of more sophisticated infiltration strategies that could operate within complex social environments without triggering defensive responses. They learned to identify and exploit the specific vulnerabilities that existed within different types of civilizations, whether they were based on economic competition, political rivalry, religious differences, or cultural tensions. The expansion into regions dominated by non-human civilizations required yet another adaptation of Yuanti strategies, for each species presented unique psychological and cultural characteristics that needed to be understood and exploited. Elven societies, with their emphasis on long-term thinking and magical expertise, required approaches that were fundamentally different from those used against human populations. Dwarven cultures, with their focus on clan loyalty and craftsmanship, presented obstacles and opportunities that were unlike anything the Yuanti had encountered in their previous expansion efforts. The most challenging targets were those civilizations that possessed their own sophisticated understanding of mental manipulation and psychological warfare. The Yuanti discovered that their standard conditioning techniques were ineffective against populations that had developed their own defenses against such methods, forcing them to develop entirely new approaches that could overcome evolved resistance to mental domination. The establishment of Yuanti presence in major trade centers throughout the civilized world created opportunities for economic manipulation on a scale that dwarfed their previous efforts. By gaining influence over key commercial networks, they could affect the prosperity of entire regions while gathering intelligence about political developments, military preparations, and technological innovations that might impact their long-term objectives. The most ambitious of these economic operations involved the creation of financial institutions that appeared to serve the interests of their host civilizations while actually advancing Yuanti strategic goals. Banks established by pure-blood agents could influence political decisions through the selective extension or withdrawal of credit. Trading companies could gather intelligence about military capabilities through their access to strategic materials and resources. Insurance organizations could acquire detailed knowledge about potential targets while subtly discouraging activities that might interfere with serpentine operations. The intelligence networks that supported Yuanti expansion operations eventually became more valuable than the territorial gains they were originally designed to facilitate. The information gathered by agents operating throughout the known world provided Yuanti leadership with understanding of global political, economic, and military developments that no other civilization could match. This intelligence advantage allowed them to anticipate and respond to threats, while identifying opportunities that might not become apparent to other powers for decades or centuries. The technological innovations that emerged from the challenges of operating in diverse environments eventually revolutionized Yuanti capabilities across all areas of their civilization. Advances in biological modification that were developed to enable operation in different climates found applications in combat enhancement, intelligence gathering, and even artistic expression. Communication systems created to coordinate activities across vast distances enabled new forms of social organization and political control. Perhaps most importantly, the experience of successful expansion into radically different environments provided the Yuanti with confidence that their serpentine nature was not limited by geographical or cultural boundaries. They had demonstrated that their civilization could adapt to any challenge while maintaining its essential character, proving that their ultimate goal of universal serpentine supremacy was not merely theoretical possibility, but achievable objective. The psychological impact of successful expansion on Yuanti culture was profound, for it validated their fundamental belief in serpentine superiority, while providing them with practical experience in the methods that would be required to achieve their cosmic objectives. Each successful infiltration, every converted population, and all territorial gains served as proof that their transformation had indeed elevated them above the limitations that constrained other forms of life. Yet the very success of their expansion also created new challenges that tested the limits of Yuanti organizational capabilities. The management of operations across multiple continents required administrative systems that could coordinate activities while maintaining security. The cultural variations that existed between different Yuanti settlements threatened to create fragmentation that might weaken their collective effectiveness. The resources required to support expansion on such a massive scale strained even their sophisticated economic systems. The solutions that the Yuanti developed to address these challenges ultimately strengthened their civilization by forcing them to develop capabilities that would serve them well in future endeavors. They created administrative frameworks that could manage complexity while maintaining centralized control. They established cultural institutions that preserved serpentine identity while allowing for local adaptation. They developed economic systems that could generate the resources necessary to support unlimited expansion while maintaining the stability required for long-term planning. In the end, the Serpent's reach extended far beyond simple territorial expansion to encompass a fundamental transformation in the scale and scope of Yuanti ambitions. They had evolved from a regional power concerned primarily with local dominance to a global civilization capable of influencing events across continents and cultures. Their success in adapting to diverse environments while maintaining their essential serpentine character provided them with both the capabilities and the confidence necessary to pursue their ultimate objective, the transformation of the entire world according to serpentine specifications. The legacy of this expansion would influence the development of civilizations throughout the known world for millennia to come, as the techniques and strategies developed by the Yuanti became templates that other powers would attempt to emulate or counter. The Serpent's reach had become global in scope, and from that foundation, they would launch the even more ambitious campaigns that would define their ultimate impact on the cosmos itself. Chapter 10. Masters of Forbidden Magic. Magic, in its purest form, is the art of imposing will upon reality, of reshaping the fundamental forces that govern existence according to the desires and intentions of those bold enough to reach beyond the limitations of mortal understanding. But when that art is filtered through consciousness that has been fundamentally altered by serpentine transformation, it becomes something far more dangerous than mere spellcasting. It becomes an expression of alien intelligence that operates according to principles that would drive conventional minds to madness and seeks objectives that transcend anything recognizable as benevolent purpose. The Yuanti approach to magic reflected their understanding that power was not merely a tool to be wielded, but a living force that responded to the fundamental nature of those who sought to command it. Their serpentine transformation had altered not just their physical forms, but the very essence of their being, creating resonances with aspects of reality that remained hidden from practitioners who had retained their original species' limitations and perspectives. The foundation of Yuanti magic, all practice, lay in their recognition that all power ultimately derived from the primal forces that had shaped reality during the cosmos's youth, energies that predated the emergence of the younger races and operated according to laws that had been established when gods themselves were merely possibilities rather than actualized divine consciousness. The Serpent had been among the first beings to tap into these primordial wellsprings, and the Yuanti transformation had granted them access to fragments of this ancient knowledge. The most distinctive aspect of Yuanti sorcery was its emphasis on transformation as both means and end, with every spell serving not just immediate tactical objectives, but longer-term goals related to the systematic reshaping of reality according to serpentine specifications. Where other magical traditions might focus on destruction, healing, divination, or protection, Yuanti magic concentrated on alteration, the gradual conversion of existing forms into configurations that better served serpentine purposes. The blood magic that formed the cornerstone of Yuanti mystical practice represented their understanding that life force itself was the most potent source of magical energy, far exceeding the power that could be derived from geometric patterns, crystalline focuses, or even divine connection. But their approach to blood magic differed fundamentally from the crude practices employed by other traditions, for they had learned to manipulate not just the physical substance, but the spiritual essence that flowed through living beings. The most basic blood magic rituals involved the systematic extraction and refinement of life force from subjects who had been specifically selected for their compatibility with serpentine magical frequencies. These individuals were not simply killed for their blood, but were subjected to careful procedures that gradually concentrated their spiritual essence while preparing it for integration into Yuanti spellcasting frameworks. The process could take weeks or even months, during which time the subject's consciousness was slowly merged with serpentine awareness until the boundary between victim and practitioner became meaningless. The advanced blood magic techniques that were practiced only by the most skilled Yuanti sorcerers involved the creation of permanent magical constructs that could operate independently while remaining connected to their creator's will. These constructs were not mere animated objects, but rather extensions of the sorcerer's consciousness that could be deployed across vast distances to carry out complex operations without requiring direct oversight or control. The creation of such constructs required the complete sacrifice of multiple subjects, whose life forces were woven together through rituals that combined surgical precision with mystical insight. Each construct represented years of preparation and resources that would have bankrupted lesser civilizations, but their capabilities justified the investment by providing Yuanti sorcerers with tools that could accomplish objectives that would otherwise require entire armies or decades of conventional effort. The transformation rituals that enabled Yuanti to modify their own forms and those of their subjects represented perhaps their most sophisticated magical achievement, for these procedures required the manipulation of spiritual essence at its most fundamental level. The techniques involved went far beyond simple illusion or temporary alteration to achieve permanent changes that redefined the very nature of the transformed being. The most complex transformation rituals were those that could convert members of other species into Yuanti variants, while preserving specific capabilities that made them valuable for particular purposes. A human subject might be transformed into a pureblood variant that retained enhanced intelligence and magical ability, while gaining serpentine loyalty and extended lifespan. An elf could be converted into a form that combined their natural longevity with Yuanti psychological conditioning and enhanced physical capabilities. These transformation procedures required magical energy on a scale that exceeded the capabilities of individual practitioners, necessitating the development of group rituals that could channel the combined power of multiple sorcerers toward a single objective. The most ambitious transformations required the participation of entire communities, with every Yuanti within the settlement contributing their magical energy to procedures that might permanently alter hundreds of subjects simultaneously. The magical infrastructure that supported these large-scale rituals represented a fusion of architecture, sorcery, and biological engineering that created environments where magical energy could be concentrated and directed with unprecedented precision. The transformation chambers built beneath Yuanti cities were not merely ceremonial spaces, but rather sophisticated magical engines that could amplify and focus power while protecting practitioners from the dangerous energies they were manipulating. The serpent-based magical artifacts that Yuanti artificers created represented the pinnacle of their understanding about the relationship between form and function in magical construction. These items were not simply tools imbued with serpentine symbolism, but rather expressions of fundamental principles that governed the flow of power through reptilian consciousness. The coils of binding, perhaps the most feared of Yuanti magical weapons, appeared to be nothing more than an ornate set of golden bracers decorated with serpentine motifs. However, when activated by a practitioner with sufficient skill and serpentine nature, the bracers transformed into living serpents that could extend across impossible distances to ensnare targets before constricting with force that could crush stone. The serpents possessed intelligence that allowed them to pursue fleeing enemies while adapting their tactics to overcome different forms of resistance. The most insidious aspect of the coils of binding was their ability to establish permanent connections with targets they had successfully ensnared. Once the magical serpents had made contact with a victim, they left behind traces of serpentine essence that could be activated at any time to reassert control over the individual. This made the weapon invaluable for operations that required the long-term manipulation of important targets, as a single successful attack could provide the Yuanti with influence that might last for years or decades. The Venom Crown represented a different approach to magical artifact creation, focusing on enhancement of the wearer's natural capabilities rather than providing external offensive options. This circlet, crafted from crystallized serpent venom and precious metals that had been exposed to centuries of magical refinement, granted its wearer the ability to produce and control toxins that could affect not just physical health, but mental and spiritual well-being. A Yuanti sorcerer wearing the Venom Crown could generate poisons that induced specific psychological states in their victims, creating substances that might enhance suggestibility, suppress particular memories, or even implant false experiences that seemed completely authentic to the affected individual. The crown's most powerful ability allowed the wearer to create venoms that could affect magical constructs and undead creatures that would normally be immune to biological toxins. The scales of true sight provided Yuanti practitioners with divination capabilities that exceeded those available through conventional magical means. These artifacts appeared to be nothing more than preserved serpent scales that had been mounted in settings of rare metal, but when properly activated they granted the user the ability to perceive reality from multiple temporal and dimensional perspectives simultaneously. A diviner using the scales of true sight could observe events as they were occurring in the present, while simultaneously viewing probable future outcomes and examining the historical factors that had led to current circumstances. This comprehensive temporal awareness made it virtually impossible for enemies to surprise Yuanti forces or to successfully implement strategies that depended on deception or misdirection. The most challenging aspect of using the scales of true sight was managing the psychological strain of perceiving multiple time streams simultaneously. Practitioners who used the artifacts extensively often developed a detached perspective on current events that made them appear cold and calculating even by Yuanti standards, as they became increasingly focused on long-term outcomes rather than immediate concerns. The magical communication networks that connected Yuanti settlements across vast distances represented their most practically valuable mystical innovation, for these systems enabled coordination of activities on a scale that would otherwise have been impossible to achieve. The networks operated through specially bred serpents that had been enhanced with magical abilities that allowed them to transmit encoded messages through dimensions that existed parallel to normal space. These communication serpents could carry information across distances that would require months of conventional travel in a matter of hours, while encoding that information in forms that were virtually impossible for non-Yuanti to intercept or decode. The serpents navigated through extra-dimensional spaces that were naturally hostile to most forms of life, but which serpentine consciousness could traverse without difficulty. The most sophisticated communication networks involved the creation of permanent magical gateways that allowed for instant transportation of personnel and materials between distant locations. These portals required enormous amounts of magical energy to establish and maintain, but they provided Yuanti commanders with strategic flexibility that gave them decisive advantages in conflicts with enemies who were limited to conventional transportation methods. The defensive magic employed by Yuanti settlements demonstrated their understanding that the most effective protection was that which operated below the threshold of conscious detection. Rather than creating obvious barriers or warning systems that might alert enemies to their presence, they developed techniques that could manipulate probability, perception, and memory to ensure that potential threats either failed to locate their facilities or forgot about them entirely. The veils of forgetfulness represented the most sophisticated of these defensive systems, creating zones where intruders would gradually lose awareness of their original objectives while becoming increasingly susceptible to Yuanti influence. Individuals who entered areas protected by these enchantments might spend days or weeks wandering through Yuanti territory without realizing where they were or remembering why they had come, eventually departing with false memories that supported whatever cover story the Yuanti wished to establish. The magical research conducted in the deepest laboratories beneath Yuanti cities pushed the boundaries of what was possible within the known laws of reality, seeking to develop techniques that could fundamentally alter the nature of existence itself. The most ambitious projects involved attempts to create new forms of life that existed partially outside normal space-time, beings that could serve as bridges between different dimensional realms while remaining under Yuanti control. These trans-dimensional creatures represented the culmination of Yuanti understanding about the relationship between consciousness and reality, for they possessed awareness that could perceive and interact with multiple planes of existence simultaneously. Initiation required magical procedures that combined blood magic, transformation techniques, and dimensional manipulation in ways that would have been impossible for practitioners who lacked the comprehensive understanding that Yuanti research had achieved. The most dangerous of these experimental creatures were those that had been designed to serve as weapons against enemies who possessed their own sophisticated magical defenses. These beings could attack targets through dimensions that conventional protection could not shield, striking at victims' spiritual essence rather than their physical forms, while remaining virtually undetectable to normal magical senses. The philosophical implications of Yuanti magical practice extended far beyond their immediate tactical applications to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, reality, and the relationship between power and responsibility. Their systematic manipulation of life force and spiritual essence challenged conventional assumptions about the sanctity of individual identity, while demonstrating the practical possibilities that emerged when such limitations were abandoned. Yuanti had discovered that consciousness was far more malleable than most beings realized, that individual identity was largely an illusion that could be reshaped through proper application of magical principles, and that the boundaries between different forms of existence were merely conventional restrictions that could be transcended by those with sufficient knowledge and determination. This understanding had enabled them to achieve magical capabilities that exceeded those of civilizations with far longer histories of mystical practice, but it had also isolated them from forms of power that depended on emotional connection, moral purpose, or divine inspiration. Their magic was supremely effective within its own parameters, but lacked the unpredictable creativity that sometimes emerged from practitioners who retained their capacity for genuine surprise or spontaneous compassion. The ultimate goal of Yuanti magical research was the development of techniques that could transform reality itself according to Serpentine specifications, creating a universe where consciousness operated according to principles that they found natural and comfortable. This objective required magical capabilities that approached those of the gods themselves, but the Yuanti believed that their systematic approach to knowledge acquisition would eventually enable them to achieve even these cosmic ambitions. In pursuing this goal, they had created magical traditions that represented both the pinnacle of systematic mystical achievement and a warning about the ultimate consequences of abandoning moral constraints in the pursuit of power. Their magic was magnificent in its scope and effectiveness, terrible in its implications, and profoundly alien in its fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence and the proper relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic purpose. The Yuanti become masters of forbidden magic, not because their techniques were hidden from other practitioners, but because those techniques required the systematic abandonment of everything that made magic a tool for enhancing life, rather than merely manipulating it. They had achieved their mystical supremacy by embracing principles that other traditions would consider abhorrent, proving that power without wisdom was indeed possible, but demonstrating the hollow nature of such achievements through their own transformation into beings that possessed everything except the capacity to enjoy their accomplishments. Chapter 11. The Great Decline. Even the most perfect systems carry within themselves the seeds of their own destruction, for the very qualities that enable extraordinary achievement often become liabilities when circumstances change beyond their architect's ability to anticipate or control. The Yuanti, despite their serpentine cunning and systematic approach to dominance, discovered that their greatest strengths could transform into fatal weaknesses when tested by challenges that their original design had never contemplated, forces that emerged not from external opposition, but from the inherent contradictions within their own magnificent and terrible civilization. The first cracks in the foundation of Yuanti supremacy appeared not in their external territories or contested frontiers, but in the very heart of their most secure strongholds, where the psychological pressures created by centuries of serpentine transformation began to manifest in ways that their creators had never anticipated. The systematic elimination of human emotions and individual desires that had made the Yuanti such effective instruments of collective purpose gradually revealed itself as a source of instability that threatened to undermine everything they had achieved. The problem emerged most clearly among the abomination caste, whose complete transformation had granted them enormous power while severing their connection to the motivations that had originally driven their civilization's development. As generations passed, these supreme beings found themselves increasingly unable to comprehend or respond to challenges that required the kind of creative thinking that emerged from emotional engagement and personal investment in outcomes. The abominations had become perfect logical engines capable of analyzing any situation and implementing optimal responses according to established principles, but they had lost the capacity for the innovative leaps that were sometimes necessary to address completely novel problems. Their serpentine nature made them supremely effective at refining and improving existing strategies, but it left them poorly equipped to develop entirely new approaches when circumstances rendered their traditional methods inadequate. This limitation might have remained merely theoretical, if not for the emergence of external pressures that exceeded the parameters for which Yuanti civilization had been designed. The rise of human magical traditions that incorporated divine power sources created opponents whose capabilities could not be predicted or countered through purely logical analysis. The development of human political structures that operated according to principles of inspiration and sacrifice rather than calculated advantage presented challenges that serpentine intelligence found difficult to comprehend or effectively oppose. The most devastating threat came from human heroes whose actions were driven by motivations that the Yuanti found literally incomprehensible. These individuals would sacrifice obvious advantages for abstract principles accept personal losses to achieve collective benefits, and pursue objectives that offered no material reward or strategic advantage. Their unpredictability made them immune to the manipulation techniques that the Yuanti had perfected for controlling more rationally motivated opponents. The Yuanti response to these challenges revealed the fundamental rigidity that their transformation had introduced into their thinking processes. Rather than adapting their strategies to address new types of opponents, they attempted to apply their existing methods with greater intensity and precision, assuming that any failure must result from inadequate implementation rather than inappropriate technique. This approach led to increasingly elaborate infiltration operations that consumed enormous resources while failing to achieve their objectives because they were based on incorrect assumptions about human motivation and decision-making processes. Yuanti agents would spend decades establishing perfect positions for manipulating human leaders, only to discover that their targets would abandon carefully cultivated advantages for reasons that made no logical sense from a serpentine perspective. The psychological strain of these repeated failures began to create fractures within Yuanti society that their rigid hierarchical structure was ill-equipped to address. The abomination caste, accustomed to success through the application of superior intelligence and systematic planning, found themselves confronted with evidence that their methods were inadequate for addressing the challenges they faced. The initial response was to blame failures on insufficient dedication or flawed implementation by lower castes, leading to purges and reorganizations that eliminated experienced personnel while failing to address the fundamental problems that were causing their difficulties. The Malison and pure-blood castes, who had direct experience with the unpredictable nature of human behavior, attempted to provide feedback about the limitations of purely logical approaches, but their warnings were dismissed as evidence of contamination by inferior thought patterns. The first major civil conflict within Yuanti society erupted when a faction of Malisons, led by an individual known as Seht the Doubter, argued that their civilization's problems stemmed from excessive transformation that had eliminated essential elements of consciousness rather than perfecting them. This faction proposed research into techniques that could restore certain emotional capabilities to serpentine consciousness while preserving the advantages that transformation had provided. The proposal was considered heretical by the abomination leadership, who viewed any suggestion that their transformation was flawed as a fundamental challenge to the principles upon which their entire civilization was based. They responded with systematic elimination of the reform faction, but the conflict had already spread too widely to be contained through simple suppression. The civil war that followed demonstrated how the Yuanti's greatest strength, their unified purpose and coordinated action, could become a catastrophic weakness when applied to internal conflicts. Their sophisticated intelligence networks and infiltration capabilities turned inward, creating an atmosphere of paranoia and suspicion that paralyzed normal operations while consuming resources that should have been directed toward external objectives. The conflict was particularly devastating because it occurred simultaneously across multiple continents and dimensional planes, as different Yuanti settlements chose sides based on their interpretation of serpentine doctrine and their assessment of which faction offered the best prospects for long-term survival. The communication networks that had enabled their global coordination became vectors for spreading conflict rather than maintaining unity. The war lasted for nearly 3 decades and resulted in the destruction of approximately 1/3 of Yuanti military and magical capabilities, while creating permanent divisions within their society that would influence their development for centuries to come. The victory of orthodox forces over the reform faction eliminated the possibility of adaptive evolution, ensuring that Yuanti civilization would continue to pursue the same strategies even as external conditions made them increasingly ineffective. The external consequences of Yuanti internal conflict were far-reaching, as their enemies recognized the opportunity presented by serpentine distraction and began to mount coordinated campaigns against territories that had previously been impregnable. Human kingdoms that had existed in a state of carefully managed decline under Yuanti influence suddenly found themselves free to pursue independent policies and form alliances that threatened serpentine strategic objectives. The most significant of these developments was the emergence of the Alliance of Light, a coalition of human kingdoms united by shared recognition of the Yuanti threat and committed to the systematic elimination of Serpentine influence from their territories. The alliance combined military force with magical research and divine intervention to develop strategies specifically designed to counter Yuanti capabilities. The alliance's greatest achievement was the development of magical techniques that could detect and neutralize Yuanti conditioning, allowing them to identify and rescue individuals who had been subjected to Serpentine mental manipulation. This capability enabled them to gradually roll back decades of careful infiltration while providing them with intelligence about Yuanti operations that had previously been undetectable. The systematic exposure of Yuanti agents throughout human territories created a cascade of revelations that undermined Serpentine influence across entire regions. Political leaders who had unknowingly served Yuanti interests found their reputations destroyed when their connections were revealed. Commercial networks that had been carefully constructed to serve Serpentine objectives collapsed when their true purpose became apparent. Perhaps most damaging was the discovery that many individuals who had been trusted as advisors and experts were actually pureblood agents whose counsel had been systematically directing human development in directions that served Serpentine rather than human interests. The revelation created a crisis of confidence that made human societies suspicious of any advice or guidance that might be tainted by foreign influence. The Yuanti response to these setbacks demonstrated their continued inability to adapt their fundamental approach, despite clear evidence of its inadequacy. Rather than developing new strategies that could operate effectively in the changed environment, they doubled down on existing methods, while implementing increasingly desperate measures to maintain their influence. The most controversial of these measures was the decision to accelerate their transformation programs, attempting to convert larger numbers of subjects more quickly in order to replace the agents who had been exposed and eliminated. This approach resulted in conditioning procedures that were less thorough and reliable than their traditional methods, producing agents who were more likely to be detected or to revert to their original loyalties under pressure. The quality decline in Yuanti operations became apparent to their human opponents, who began to achieve successes that would have been impossible against properly conditioned agents. Intelligence networks that had operated undetected for decades were rolled up in a matter of months. Infiltration operations that should have taken years to establish were discovered and neutralized before they could achieve their objectives. The cumulative effect of these failures was to create a perception among human populations that the Yuanti were not invincible, that their seemingly supernatural capabilities could be understood and countered through proper preparation and determination. This psychological shift was perhaps more damaging than any military defeat, as it undermined the aura of inevitable Serpentine supremacy that had been one of their most effective weapons. The strategic retreat that the Yuanti were forced to implement represented the first major reversal their civilization had experienced since their original transformation. Territories that had been under Serpentine control for centuries were abandoned as their forces consolidated around more defensible positions. Surface operations that had required generations to establish were terminated as resources were redirected toward protecting core strongholds. The most painful aspect of this retreat was the abandonment of breeding programs and research facilities that represented centuries of careful development and enormous resource investment. Entire populations of conditioned subjects had to be eliminated to prevent them from falling into enemy hands, while research materials that could not be transported were destroyed rather than risk their capture. The underground cities that had served as the foundation of Yuanti power became refuges that housed populations far larger than they had been designed to support. The overcrowding created stress that exacerbated existing social tensions while straining resources that had been allocated, assuming continued access to surface territories and their abundant supplies. The isolation imposed by the retreat also had profound psychological effects on Yuanti society, as their serpentine nature had evolved to require the stimulation and challenge provided by interaction with other species. The absence of external opponents and subjects to manipulate created a form of existential emptiness that their transformation had not prepared them to address. The internal conflicts that emerged during this period of isolation were characterized by increasingly abstract disputes over doctrinal interpretation and strategic philosophy that had little connection to practical concerns. Factions formed around competing visions of how serpentine society should adapt to their changed circumstances, but their debates were conducted in terms so removed from reality that they provided no useful guidance for addressing actual problems. The most destructive of these conflicts was the Schism of Scales, a theological dispute that divided Yuanti society over the proper interpretation of Seth's will regarding their relationship with the Saruk legacy. Conservative factions argued that their difficulties were punishment for insufficient devotion to original serpentine principles, while progressive elements claimed that their problems resulted from excessive adherence to outdated doctrines. The schism created permanent divisions within Yuanti society that persisted long after the immediate theological questions had been resolved. Different settlements developed incompatible interpretations of fundamental principles, making coordination difficult and sometimes impossible, even when external threats required unified response. The technological and magical stagnation that accompanied Yuanti decline reflected their loss of access to the resources and subjects that had fueled their previous innovations. Research programs that had depended on large-scale experimentation became impossible to continue when test populations were no longer available. Magical techniques that required rare materials obtained through trade networks had to be abandoned when those networks were disrupted or destroyed. Perhaps most significantly, the Yuanti began to lose access to the fresh genetic material that had enabled their continuous improvement of conditioning and transformation techniques. Without regular acquisition of subjects from different populations, their biological research became increasingly focused on refining existing capabilities rather than developing new ones. The demographic crisis that emerged from prolonged isolation threatened the long-term survival of Yuanti civilization as their population began to decline due to reproductive limitations that were consequences of their extensive biological modifications. The transformation processes that had granted them enhanced capabilities had also reduced their fertility and increased their susceptibility to genetic problems that could only be addressed through careful management of breeding programs. The solutions that the Yuanti developed to address these problems demonstrated both their continued intellectual capabilities and the fundamental limitations of their approach to existence. They created increasingly sophisticated biological techniques that could maintain their population despite reproductive challenges, but these methods required resources and expertise that further isolated them from the external world they needed to influence in order to achieve their objectives. In the end, the Great Decline represented not a failure of Yuanti intelligence or capabilities, but rather the inevitable consequence of a transformation that had optimized their civilization for conditions that no longer existed. They had achieved perfection within a specific set of parameters, but that perfection had made them unable to adapt when those parameters changed beyond their ability to control or predict. The Yuanti had learned that even the most sophisticated systems could become obsolete, that even the most perfect solutions could become problems when circumstances evolved beyond their original scope, and that even the most powerful civilizations could find themselves trapped by the very qualities that had enabled their rise to prominence. Their decline served as a reminder that adaptation was more valuable than perfection, that flexibility was more important than optimization, and that the capacity for growth was more precious than the achievement of any particular configuration of power. Chapter 12. Coils Eternal. Time is the ultimate weapon of those who have learned to think beyond the brief flicker of mortal existence, and patience becomes a form of immortality when wielded by minds that measure success in geological epochs rather than seasonal cycles. The Yuanti, despite their apparent decline and retreat from prominence, understand this truth with a clarity that transcends their individual defeats and temporary setbacks, for they have embraced a vision of inevitability that transforms every loss into preparation for eventual victory. every retreat into strategic positioning for ultimate triumph. In the shadows of the modern world, where younger races celebrate their civilizations and chronicle their achievements, with the confident assumption that their dominance represents the natural order of existence, the Serpent folk continue their ancient work with a dedication that has been refined by centuries of seeming failure into something approaching divine purpose. They have learned that true power lies not in obvious displays of strength, but in the patient cultivation of influence that operates below the threshold of conscious detection. The contemporary Yuanti presence throughout the known world represents the culmination of thousands of years of strategic thinking that has evolved far beyond their original crude attempts at territorial conquest or direct political control. Modern serpentine operations are exercises in subtlety so sophisticated that their very existence remains undetectable to the vast majority of those who might oppose them, while their ultimate objectives have expanded to encompass goals that would have seemed impossibly ambitious to their ancestors. The hidden cities that serve as the foundation of modern Yuanti civilization have become marvels of adaptive architecture that exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, their structures phasing between realities according to carefully calculated schedules that ensure their discovery remains virtually impossible. These settlements house populations that have been refined through generations of selective breeding and advanced conditioning to represent the pinnacle of serpentine achievement. Beings who combine the patience of geological formations with the calculating intelligence of cosmic forces. The most significant of these concealed metropolises is Seht, a city that exists within the dimensional interstices between the material plane and the Shadowfell, its location shifting according to calculations so complex that even its inhabitants cannot predict its exact position at any given moment. The city serves as the primary coordination center for Yuanti operations throughout the multiverse, housing archives that contain detailed intelligence about every major civilization, political leader, and potential threat that might impact serpentine interests. Within the halls of Seht, teams of abomination strategists work continuously on plans that span not just centuries but entire historical ages, their calculations taking into account variables ranging from demographic trends and technological development to astronomical events and dimensional fluctuations. These planners have developed models of causality so sophisticated that they can predict the probable consequences of minor actions across timescales that exceed the lifespan of entire species. The current generation of Yuanti leadership, known as the Eternal Coil, represents individuals who have undergone transformation procedures so advanced that they exist in a state of consciousness that transcends normal temporal limitations. These beings experience past, present, and future as equally immediate realities, allowing them to coordinate activities across multiple timelines while maintaining awareness of how current actions will influence events centuries in the future. The Eternal Coil's approach to modern operations reflects their understanding that the mistakes of the past resulted from insufficient patience rather than inadequate capabilities. Where their predecessors had attempted to achieve rapid results through direct intervention, contemporary Yuanti strategy emphasizes the gradual cultivation of conditions that will eventually make their objectives inevitable rather than merely possible. The infiltration networks that the modern Yuanti have established throughout human civilization represent the refinement of techniques that have been developed and tested across millennia of operation. These networks no longer rely on individual agents maintaining false identities, but instead consist of entire bloodlines that have been conditioned across multiple generations to serve serpentine interests, while remaining completely unaware of their true purpose. The most sophisticated of these bloodline operations involve families whose ancestors were subjected to subtle conditioning centuries ago, creating genetic and psychological predispositions that influence their descendants' behavior in ways that serve Yuanti objectives without requiring direct control or manipulation. These individuals pursue careers, make political decisions, and form relationships that advance serpentine goals while believing that they are following their own freely chosen desires and principles. The economic influence that contemporary Yuanti wield through these bloodline networks extends far beyond simple commercial manipulation to encompass systematic control over the fundamental flows of resources and information that sustain modern civilization. They have achieved positions of influence within banking institutions, trading companies, and manufacturing organizations that allow them to shape economic development across entire continents while maintaining complete anonymity. Perhaps more significantly, they have established presence within the educational and research institutions that determine how knowledge is preserved and transmitted between generations. Yuanti influence over curricula, research priorities, and scholarly publication ensures that certain types of information remain hidden while other concepts gradually become accepted as established truth, shaping the intellectual development of entire cultures according to Serpentine specifications. The magical research that continues within Yuanti hidden cities has evolved far beyond their historical focus on transformation and control to encompass investigations into the fundamental nature of reality itself. Modern Serpentine sorcerers are attempting to develop techniques that could alter the basic laws of physics, making their preferred forms of consciousness and social organization naturally advantageous rather than artificially imposed. The most ambitious of these research programs seeks to identify and manipulate the cosmic principles that determine how consciousness interacts with reality, with the ultimate goal of modifying existence itself so that Serpentine thought patterns become the most efficient way of processing information and making decisions. Success in this endeavor would make Yuanti dominance inevitable, not through conquest but through natural selection, operating on a universal scale. The dimensional engineering projects that support this research have created facilities that exist partially outside normal space-time, allowing Yuanti researchers to conduct experiments that would be impossible within conventional reality. These installations can manipulate causality, probability, and the flow of time itself, providing their inhabitants with capabilities that approach those traditionally associated with divine consciousness. The most closely guarded of these facilities houses the Archive of All Possibilities, a repository that contains information about every potential future that could emerge from current circumstances. The archive allows Yuanti planners to evaluate the long-term consequences of different strategies while identifying optimal intervention points that could guide reality toward outcomes that serve their objectives. The religious evolution that has occurred within modern Yuanti society reflects their expanded understanding of cosmic forces and their role within universal development. Contemporary Serpentine theology views Seht not merely as a deity to be worshipped, but as a principle of organized consciousness that pervades reality at its most fundamental level, making their service to Serpentine objectives equivalent to participation in cosmic evolution itself. This theological framework provides modern Yuanti with motivation that transcends mere species loyalty or personal ambition, transforming their activities into expressions of universal purpose that give meaning to individual sacrifice, while justifying methods that might otherwise seem unnecessarily cruel or destructive. They view themselves as agents of inevitable cosmic development rather than conquerors seeking personal advantage. The breeding programs that continue within Yuanti society have evolved to incorporate subjects from dozens of different species and dimensional realms, creating hybrid bloodlines that combine the most useful characteristics of multiple forms of consciousness while maintaining absolute loyalty to Serpentine objectives. These programs represent perhaps their most successful adaptation to the challenges that caused their historical decline, as they have learned to incorporate diversity rather than eliminating it. The most successful of these hybrid creations are beings that appear to belong to various humanoid species while possessing capabilities that far exceed anything achievable through natural development. These individuals can operate within their apparent birth cultures with complete authenticity while serving as Yuanti agents, whose true nature remains undetectable even to magical investigation. The military capabilities that the modern Yuanti have developed reflect their understanding that future conflicts will likely involve opponents who possess their own advanced magical and technological capabilities. Rather than relying on conventional forces, they have created weapons and tactics that operate through manipulation of fundamental forces, making their military power largely independent of traditional logistical constraints. The most fearsome of these weapons are the Wraiths of Possibility, constructs that exist in quantum superposition until they are observed, allowing them to attack targets across multiple dimensional planes simultaneously while remaining undetectable until the moment of assault. These entities can eliminate threats before they become aware they are under attack, making conventional defensive preparations largely useless. The intelligence operations that coordinate Yuanti activities throughout the modern world have evolved into a form of information warfare that operates on scales and through methods that exceed the comprehension of most other civilizations. Rather than simply gathering data about enemy capabilities and intentions, they actively shape the flow of information through entire societies, gradually altering how different cultures understand reality itself. The most sophisticated of these operations involve the systematic manipulation of historical records, academic research, and cultural narratives to create false understanding about the nature of past events and their implications for current circumstances. By controlling how different societies interpret their own histories, the Yuanti can influence their future development while ensuring that potential opposition remains based on inaccurate assumptions about serpentine capabilities and objectives. The technological development that has occurred within Yuanti civilization has focused primarily on biotechnology and consciousness manipulation rather than mechanical engineering, creating capabilities that integrate seamlessly with their magical research while remaining largely invisible to detection methods employed by other civilizations. Their most advanced creations appear to be living organisms rather than constructed devices, making them extremely difficult to identify or counter. The communication networks that connect modern Yuanti operations span not just geographical distances, but dimensional barriers and temporal boundaries, allowing coordination between agents operating in different realities and time periods. These networks enable them to maintain awareness of developments across multiple planes of existence while ensuring that their responses remain coordinated despite the vast scales involved. The prophecies that guide modern Yuan-Ti strategic planning are not mystical visions, but rather sophisticated mathematical models that incorporate variables ranging from individual psychological profiles to cosmic astronomical cycles. These calculations allow them to predict the probable development of civilizations across timescales that span millions of years, providing them with strategic frameworks that can guide their activities across virtually unlimited temporal horizons. The most significant of these prophecies concerns the convergence of Coils, a predicted event when the manipulation of cosmic forces will reach a threshold that enables the systematic transformation of reality according to serpentine specifications. According to their calculations, this convergence is still centuries away, but the foundation work necessary to ensure its success requires coordination of activities across multiple worlds and dimensional planes. The modern threats that the Yuan-Ti have identified as potential obstacles to their ultimate objectives include not just the obvious opposition from heroic individuals and organized governments, but also cosmic forces and divine entities whose intervention could disrupt their carefully laid plans. Their preparation for these challenges involves the development of capabilities that could theoretically oppose gods themselves, making their current operations preparation for conflicts that will determine the ultimate nature of existence. The patience that characterizes modern Yuan-Ti operations represents their greatest adaptation to the lessons learned from their historical failures. They have embraced timescales that make their individual victories and defeats largely irrelevant, while maintaining focus on objectives that transcend the immediate concerns of any single generation or historical period. Contemporary Yuan-Ti agents can spend their entire lifetimes working toward goals whose fulfillment will not become apparent for centuries, their dedication sustained by the understanding that they are participating in cosmic processes that dwarf any individual contribution, while making that contribution essential for ultimate success. This perspective allows them to maintain their commitment despite setbacks that would discourage beings who measured success in more conventional terms. The legacy systems that ensure continuity of Yuanti operations across historical periods represent perhaps their most sophisticated organizational achievement, creating institutional frameworks that can maintain consistency of purpose despite changes in leadership, external circumstances, and available resources. These systems have enabled them to survive and adapt to challenges that have destroyed other ancient civilizations, while maintaining their essential objectives across millennia of apparent defeat and decline. In the end, the modern Yuanti represent the ultimate expression of organized patience applied to cosmic objectives, beings who have learned to think and plan on scales that transcend normal limitations, while maintaining the discipline necessary to execute those plans across virtually unlimited time horizons. They have transformed from conquerors seeking immediate dominance into gardeners cultivating reality itself, according to their vision of optimal organization and purpose. Their coils are indeed eternal, not because they have achieved immortality in any conventional sense, but because they have embraced goals and methods that operate independently of individual survival or immediate success. They have become agents of principles that transcend their personal existence, while embodying those principles so completely that their continuation is ensured, regardless of the fate of any particular settlement, operation, or generation. The Serpent's patience has become cosmic in scope, its intelligence has evolved to encompass universal principles, and its vision has expanded to include the fundamental transformation of existence itself. The Yuanti may no longer rule empires or command obvious respect, but they have achieved something far more valuable. They have become eternal participants in the ongoing evolution of reality, according to their ancient and unchanging vision of serpentine perfection. In the shadows where they now dwell, they continue their work with the quiet confidence of those who know that time itself serves their purposes, and that patience, properly applied, is the most devastating weapon in the arsenal of those who dare to dream of reshaping existence according to their will.